Fuck. I'm not ready.
Has this always been here, or is this what Anna did?
This is what Anna did in the downtime.
You destroyed my barrel. Where's my clinky shine?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, I really am almost.
Oh my god. Oh. I feel so bad. Oh my god. No, only the stuff that I thought was trash. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna throw our RP card up in a second. Well, you have a fireplace now.
I saw that. It was very shiny. I can imagine. It's weird. I was looking into the flames, and just some of the stuff there looked oddly familiar.
I'm gonna pass out. Okay. I'm gonna mute, and then I'm gonna be in character.
What? What? No. Where's texting stuff. Items, barrel, pinky shine, coins.
Oh no.
What? What happened? What'd you do?
Okay.
Where's
You
textings?
wouldn't happen. Okay. Some of them are still here. The barrel, though. Well. I'm sorry.
Tech-like barrel.
I'm sorry. I could replace it if you want. I didn't realize that it didn't look like a home.
No more tech things to take.
Well,
What tech do? Tech home.
you know that the things that were here. I found their owner.
My rabbit skin. Rabbit skin?
It should still be here. And the bottles, the red one and the blue one, they should still be here.
Destroy Tech's home.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I can replace all of it.
Tech need new barrel.
Barrel.
Just a barrel.
Rest easy to find. Sticks, belts.
I could get you the barrel. You didn't destroy it. I did. I'm sorry.
We didn't know anyone was living here.
Tech's home.
Actually, as long as she's comfortable in here, would you be alright with us? You share it with us for you won't be here forever. Once things cool down with the game,
barrel. And keep area secret. Tag need to stay hidden.
Of course. No one knows we're here.
Find a good place to hide.
I'll find you a barrel today. I'm sorry again. It didn't really look like a home.
Yeah. We don't want to say that too loud.
Right. Right. Okay.
What game?
There's a game going on that I put together. You ever played hide and seek or tag or something like that?
Tag?
No, tag like that, and then you're yeah. No.
What's it? Don't. Tag doesn't know.
Okay. Let's say it's your job to chase me, and that's the game.
Tag your job?
Yeah. That's
No.
that's the job, I guess. And the point of it is to tag me or anyone who is not it, which would be you. That
He's so cute.
is your job as to tag people because you're it. That is the title you get. So let's say you run around and place your hand on me. I am now it. Therefore, it is my job to tag someone else, like her. Or maybe you if I find you after a little while. Am I making any
So-
sense here?
So you aren't it. Is tag it?
Yes, but when you tag someone, you give them the job, which is it.
So tag not it.
Well, unless you want to play.
No job?
Yeah. I mean, then it becomes your job to avoid it. To be tagged. You don't want to be tagged. Not tag. Tag. Which is... Yeah.
So destroy
job
Tag's
changes.
home to avoid being tagged.
No.
We didn't know anyone was living here.
I'm sorry.
Which is why we were surprised that you are here, I guess. We didn't... Well, she didn't mean no harm.
No.
I mean, look at her. Do you think she's the most threatening here?
I don't really like that very much.
Equal standing.
Oh.
Listen, I'll replace the barrel and we'll be out of your hair soon. Can
New
I
barrel. New barrel.
start with an apology with some water and an apple? It's fresh. There's more. You can help yourself since we'll be living with you for a couple of days. I'll bring more every day. And I will get that barrel.
Make it better than what you had before.
Stay until not it. What is it?
Yeah, I guess. We stay until we're not it anymore.
Right. I feel awful. Okay. New barrel.
I guess we'll see you around then.
New barrel. What else? Probably wants nothing to do with us at the moment. Ooh. He likes... Maybe I could bring him, like, food? Oh. Food, maybe? Probably likes meat. That... I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. Yeah, like a rabbit's skin somewhere. So, he's obviously living off of scraps.
That's not right. I mean, knowing that he lives there, there's no way. I couldn't be comfortable knowing he lived there and not trying to help him. Maybe...
It's just, life in Asmith. You know he's from there. Maybe he's just used to it.
I didn't know that.
It's not too but a question to see some kid out on the streets.
I wonder if the guild knows that he lives like that.
I don't even know if the guild knows he exists.
He could be useful. Maybe he could join. He could have a roof over his head. So? Gobi's small. And Raz is small. They're still in the guild.
Ferocious, though.
We don't know anything about him.
I kinda do.
You don't think he's cut out for the guild?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's Gabi and Raz who is
Oh,
ferocious.
I see. Well, I'll do what I can to make it up to him. I wouldn't have picked that spot had I known someone was living there. Thank you, by the way, for sleeping in a cave.
Don't mention it.
Hmm.
I really don't.
Okay. I'll think it.
Yeah.
Are stabbings off limits at announcements?
I probably should say that.
That would be great, because we're going to be surrounded by every participant in just a moment.
Oh, that's alright. I'll look up there. I'll go ahead. Careful.
I don't really like you behind me, Raz. How about we walk side by side instead? Morning.
Yes. It is true, everyone.
I suspect many are hiding given the nature of the game is hide and go stay.
This game
Between
is
Melody and
subject
Elena
to
right up there.
precedence over and over. Important information needs to see that, and they need to be here.
Elena, time for announcement. Shit, it's like 2 arguing cadets.
So be it. You will often have to. So, as everyone is aware, we currently have a mission seeking out the bandit. As it stands, those not going on the mission are as follows: Elena, Anastasia, Carmine. Yes.
Well, Gilmaster, it seems we have a stray wandered in after some food and Wolverine taken care of it. And that was the cause of our delay, as it were. Apologies.
I see. You're fine. But, as I was saying, those for the mission are as follows: Elena, Anastasia, Carmine, Crow, Marcel, and
Oh God. Thank you.
I believe there's another, but I cannot place it. Though I do not see that we would find that, so I'll make sure they are, be aware, but this mission is going to be dangerous. You'll be entering the Veil for those who are going to be taking part in this. And as you've probably already experienced from those who have come from it, it is not a place of being forgiving. So I want you to take all the necessary precautions and supplies you need to be successful. I do not need it yet. Because the days of your life
Do you need an avail?
good. It's not what we are here to do. We're here to make you to become better versions of yourselves. Not die. So, do not throw your life away. Be prepared. And I believe if there's anything else to be announced. Today is basically just make sure for those on the mission, be proud. I'm aware of myself. Getting to it.
Gotcha.
Is there any questions about the mission? No. I'm glad you all feel very comfortable. And so, maybe you have something important to say with your game as it is.
Okay. For those who are in and out, for those that are out, please stand next to the med door. For those who are still in, that's exactly that. Let's drill her.
Okay, well.
I'm sorry, I was
Wait, you weren't playing.
Where do we stand if we're in?
Right here.
You'll stand where
Where
you
you
are now,
was up.
from what I'm gathered.
Very well.
She goes again.
I guess she's still playing. Just assume.
She's so
She
cute.
said she was out.
She's out.
She said she's not
Okay. That's fine too. Anyway, perhaps I should clear some things up, because I feel as though there's some confusion on my end. And sorry about that. When I was pertaining to people possibly lying and cheating, I meant that for those that are out and are still playing and getting other people out. That's what I meant as in lying and cheating. I guess in a way, I'm saying it's okay that if you're still in, people can still say they got out.
That's a lie. That's fine. It's the trick. If you believe it, that's your own damn fault. Why don't you double tap and make sure they're out? If they're out. Again, for those that are actually out and still playing the game,
People may not like that I lie
that
to
doesn't
them.
fly.
I have my reasons, though.
As a primer,
The lounge is still safe zone. Next day, though, it'll just be your dorms.
is there any questions? Yeah.
What happens if there's a tie?
We'll decide what happens when that comes.
How does one have a tie?
Yeah.
Well, I presume we get to
Are
the
we
end
still
of the
doing
days
only
and
one person out a day?
our lions.
Yes. Use it wisely.
This will be holding strong, I imagine. Being as how we outnumber the rest of everyone else here.
Alrighty.
Well, that's all the questions.
5 minutes
Archery,
after you
before you continue, I'm gonna make it very clear. I don't know what Wolfric has on this, but I want to make my stance very open and understood. If I receive a single fucking blade anywhere near me, there will be repercussions. And I hope that is truly comprehended. Are we clear?
Yes, guys.
Good.
Yes.
Enjoy your game.
Worth noting, I think Guildmaster Joe is also still in.
Alright. So just as a primer, the one
I'm
you
not gonna
set
stab you.
foot
No,
out
no, no.
there.
That would be lame.
Starting now, I give you 5 minutes. After that, game's
5
on.
minutes.
5 minutes. Just in case some of you
For
want
those
to get
going
away
on
with
the
stuff.
ships, I'd just like to say real quick, I don't know if we have everyone here, but I'd like to meet in the dorm area once Edward's awake, if he wakes up. If not, just around dusk.
Very well.
Hmm.
Yeah,
We
you
got
see
5
what's
people
well.
here, that's for sure.
If we're finished, can we have a team meeting in the library for a 5-minute
Maybe.
meeting?
I suppose. I don't know.
Define
Sure.
team. Oh, not
Well, is this
Team
mission
the ones on the mission then.
Well, the mission is having you behind this game and having a...
Oh, okay. Have a good one.
5
First of all,
minutes.
your eye is weird. Second of all, I think she's having a bad day.
My eye is weird.
It's always like that. Anyways, doesn't matter. Not the point. The bigger thing is I think she's having a bad day, and you might want to go talk to her.
Right.
She's shorter than usual.
Yes.
I don't know. Could not. Could be not. You would know better. But just, anyways, good luck. Goodbye.
Mm. Hmm.
Seems to not work.
Oh. Hmm. Should probably talk to her.
I cannot figure out who agreed that this was a good idea.
It was set up and it was vaguely mentioned by Sam. I think he had a large part in coming up with it.
It's pretty early.
I just don't understand. It doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
You sure that's a good idea?
People gotta entertain themselves some way, and I don't know. I guess we don't.
Why isn't it a
get
good
kids
idea?
nowadays. I suppose Sam It's all the rage.
It's not exactly a nutritious breakfast.
I would always love to visit my spot. Yes, of course.
I did have breakfast, but it didn't seem like you did.
I did.
Right. And you weren't in the room.
No, I wasn't. I tried to catch you yesterday. Do you want to talk?
No.
What? Okay. I tried to catch you yesterday. I'm sleeping elsewhere. Because of the game.
Why?
Especially now that I know that there's some sort of team.
But it seems like you and Marcel are friends.
We have always been friends, in my eyes.
Didn't seem like it the other day. You were avoiding him with a drink.
Yes, because I did not want to upset him.
You really sure you want to go on this mission?
Yes.
Why you go?
Why wouldn't I go?
You have a lot to learn still. You know, it can go wrong. I don't...
You don't think that I can handle it?
Not yet.
Well, then I'm looking forward to proving you wrong.
If you come back injured or dead, I'll kill Marcel.
You'll kill Marcel if I'm hurt. Can we walk this way, please? That was suspicious. People get hurt on missions all the time. It wouldn't be his fault if I got hurt. It'd be my own.
Well, he's supposed to protect you, isn't he?
Yes, but anything can happen on a mission. We don't know what we're to encounter. Besides, it's only supposed to be a scouting mission. As long as we're careful, we shouldn't be caught.
You don't know that.
I don't know that. You're sounding like someone we used to know.
Don't you dare say that I am him.
I'm not going to hide under a rock. You were on my side then.
Right.
What's wrong?
Just be careful. Nothing.
You're lying to me.
Not lying.
Even Ginny pointed it out. She's worried about you and she can tell something's wrong. You're drinking in the morning. You never do that. What's wrong?
She doesn't know me, so she shouldn't be talking.
She doesn't. But I do. And she's right.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
It's nothing wrong.
I will not push you.
Shouldn't you guys be talking about who is the leader of your gang?
We will be talking later. You're shutting me out.
Hi, DMs. I have a quick question.
What's up?
I was, so last session I was given a plate of, some of, I can't remember what Mashi's character's name is, Zorbel's, armor, to see if I could de-glamour it. Have I made any progress on that?
De-glamour. What does that mean?
Like, I don't know, like, I don't know how to explain it. Removing, an appearance to its original appearance.
So how are you accomplishing that? Like, is it magic?
Well, I'm trying to figure out through either if it's magic or if it's,
Is the library
if it needs blacksmithing right now.
Okay. I don't know if his armor is magic or not. So it would depend on what you've been doing to it to de-glamour it.
Mainly researching into it, because he gave me a piece to test on, so I've been heating it up with blacksmithing, but I've also just been doing basic magic.
Okay, so you've like heated up the armor piece.
Yeah, I've heated up the armor piece just to see if that gets rid of it.
Okay. Let's see. I will roll you a dice.
Thank you.
How about
Just as a clarification, you're trying to remove the magic from it?
Well, I don't know. The thing is, I haven't. He just said that there was glamour on it, on all of his armor. So I'm trying to figure out how to remove that glamour. He's never specified if it's magic or not.
Let me actually pull him over really quick. I didn't roll very well, but give me one sec. Mashi, your armor has glamour on it. I'm assuming it's magical. What form of magic is it?
It is not. It is actually from somebody a day before, like one of the traders from the day before. They sprayed glitter all over.
Oh, they sprayed glitter. Got it. We were interpreting glamour totally differently.
No, yeah, I'm covered in glitter. I'm shiny.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I am going to take back that roll because what you're doing. So when he said glamour, he meant glitter. Like, it's literally covered in glitter. You are probably melting that glitter right off. So I would say you've made some pretty good progress on getting the glitter off.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Oh my god, I'm so angry. Thank you. Going to have to practice, aren't we? Once we've been chosen. We need to find somewhere safe. Somewhere no one will want to get us because you are a lone wolf.
The big armor guy. And myself are the two guild leaders here right now. There's another one, Mr. Joe. With a big old
That new?
helmet.
Yes. New, it's like a week old, but no, I was gonna go find somewhere that I couldn't be stabbed to practice with it.
There's the training grounds, but yeah, that's also a danger.
Right.
I left my bow on that crate over there. I can keep an eye on you. For now. Temporary.
Oh, it's growing.
Right, someone's watering it every day.
I thought it was a dead stick for a while.
Evidently not, though I do wonder what it'll grow into. Sure, if you know a spot, or I could take us somewhere, but the training grounds are not ideal at the moment.
I mean, yes, but...
I promise not to stab you, I mean, however long this lasts.
Y'all going out for some training?
Yes, I know nothing about shooting a bow, and I might need it, so...
The training grounds are the best spot. The archery range is relatively closed off.
No.
Well, I mean, unless you want to go shoot a rock and break your arrows.
I'm probably going to shoot a tree or something. It's like the same thing as a target, isn't it? It's the best option I've got currently.
Target has, if it is made of wood, it's straight grain so that you could just pull the arrow out.
Fair enough.
Suppose it'd be good to see how this goes.
Poorly.
Don't mind the hopefully not pressure.
No, just, need to find a spot that no one can walk up behind me. I look crazy, but it's not my fault. Please tell me there's other trees in here. No? Pardon my paranoia. Huh. There. Ta-da! Secluded trees.
I mean, I guess it does fulfill your 2 criteria.
Hmm. All right.
It's roughly good range. I mean, you can get a little closer if you would like, but here, let me.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
I didn't listen. I'm sorry. I don't know how to.
Please.
Howdy. We're doing
Trying-
some archery training in secret.
Trying not to get stabbed so I can train.
Got it. Fair point. I will not stab you. I will also leave you alone, because if you're doing secret training, then, you know, it's
Right.
apologies.
secret for
Carmine
that
knows
way
you're
she's
around,
not
so that's
stabbed.
okay.
I saw him.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks.
I definitely have my knife in my hand and didn't place it in the tree as a makeshift target.
Alright.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be a lot less stressful if I would just kept myself out of the game. But
Yeah.
there's the fun in that.
No. Oh. Fair enough.
I think I need to turn my eyes down. Holy shit.
Where
Do you
are
know
my
how
eyes?
to...
There they are.
Are you playing the game?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Alright. Do you know how to shoot a bow?
I'm back. I came over here just so that I don't get shot. But, can I talk to you later? At some point. Doesn't matter when. Yeah, you.
Sure.
Just find me at some point. I'll be around.
Okay.
If you can. If you can't, that's okay too. It's not super important. Anyways, you go and have fun with the training. I'll go.
I'm gonna get shanked. Kuro? Oh no.
Triangulation.
I could learn a thing or two.
Yeah, you see, that's that Tengu resilience.
Fuck.
Some say that they can stand like that for hours, ready to unleash runs, arrows, and all that.
They are the Watchers.
I've seen it once with my own eyes.
Only once. I've never shot a bow before. I'm sure that it will show. Not the one I was aiming for, but I still hit one.
Yeah, you'll learn rather quickly that there's a good amount of elbow grease that has to go back into drawing back the string. Kind of throws a lot of people off. Once that arm starts quivering and
Oh.
shaking, it'll bait your accuracy. Might take me a bit of a dip.
Yeah. So what? Be quick about it.
For right now, I'd say just get used to the feeling.
I suppose
don't
that's a
know
good
how to
start.
break it to you, but one of the big parts of it is getting your core strength in order. I'm not saying you need to be built like a double-decker rock golem or anything, but
That's a little
the
better.
amount of resilience in your stamina so that we can get your draw full. Definitely
was the worst one so far. Alright. I haven't gotten a chance to practice with it.
Heavily to the right.
Yes, it is. Let's see.
Could possibly mean that when you're drawn back and letting go, you're letting the bow jostle its way forward with the force of you keeping your right arm out.
Right.
You need to keep your right arm nice and stiff. Let it not move when you let go of the drawstring as much as possible.
Ah! That was better. Still not the tree I'm aiming for, but it's better.
You're right, yeah, we can pull those out in a second. So you know where they all are.
I have 2 left. Hopefully this doesn't ruin them. You know what? Between you and me, that's the tree that I was aiming for the whole time.
Here's the further one, too.
But what does that say about my close targets? Although, I don't really want to hit anyone. Well, I do, but I don't want to kill anyone. You know, get them in the ankles or something. I'll leave the killing to everyone else.
Called shots. Called shots like that are gonna take a little bit of work if you didn't guess already, but
Yes.
it is one of the best ways to take on any target with a bow.
Thank you. I don't know. Everyone seems okay with killing around here. It's just not really fair? I don't know. Who are we to kill people? It's not not right. Let's see. It's closer to the tree that I was aiming for. What do you think about this game that Mosshow has put together?
Well, first I heard of something like this. Definitely wasn't one I played growing up.
No, me neither. It sounds like it's something he learned in the fire region.
Yeah, I was presuming that's probably the origin of how it looks and plays. Even games are going to be training the youngins for how things will be later on, I suppose. Isn't nothing too out of the ordinary for games.
No.
Tag, who can climb the highest tree, hide and seek. Lots of those are, well, lesser versions of the things that we do.
I mean, like games. I destroyed his home by accident. I didn't know he'd been living in the cave, did you? I told him I'd be out of his hair once this was over, but I don't know. Knowing he's living in a cave like that. I mean, how could I not try to help him? He seemed comfortable there, but I wondered if he's ever decided to be part of the guild at any point. If he asked, would you take him in?
I think so. I mean, heck, looking at the rest of the wardens that we have here, wouldn't be the, I guess you'd say obscurest way of ending up here.
No. I do wonder how he ended up in that cave, though. This is much harder than it looked. It's alright.
You're alright. You got training a little bit started. Probably best you, take over.
Yeah. Alright.
So far, we've come to the conclusion that anyone that stands in front of the target that is trying to be hit will be safe.
Sir, that was rude.
You have a much shorter bow than I do, so it's gonna be a little bit different for you. Your hair's stuck in your bow a little bit there.
Is it?
A little bit. We're like holding it.
My step.
The stance for a short bow is much different than a long bow, but you'll want to keep dominant foot or bow, like the same foot you're holding the bow in, forward. Pointed a little bit more forward. Other one, shoulder width apart, pointed back a little bit more. Your bow arm should be as straight as you can get it. And you should aim preferably with your sort of just above your hand on your bow, but I get that that's a little complicated with the systems we use. Your bow hand, you're using these 3 fingers, the ones that I have in my glove, to hold the arrow back, 1 above, 2 below. The thumb of that hand should be resting against your cheek or your ear, just on your face generally, so that you can aim down sights better.
What? That was impressive.
I've been at this for a decade.
I hit every tree that I'm not aiming for.
It is difficult. It does take a lot of practice. Like getting the arm strength to be
honestly,
able to hold that steady is the hardest part.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little jealous. That's already better than I was when I started.
Yes. Color me impressed. Although, it is comforting to know that there is a bow user that I can learn from. I thought I was going to be on my own with all this.
Yes, it is a difficult endeavor to learn on your own.
I've never done it before. Never really thought I'd have to, but I mean, look at me. Am I going to take hits? No.
Forward. Try to keep your arm a little bit lower than you think you need to. Just a little bit, your front arm.
Alright.
should be just a little bit below your normal arm. Where your arm is up at your cheek. And then keep your arrow rested on... I have the gloves for it, you don't exactly, but keep the arrow on top, rested on top of your finger. Try not to put your fingers forward, because otherwise you might get snagged on fletching.
Right.
But your arrow should lie about right there when you're pulling an arrow back and holding it. Take a deep breath and hold while you're aiming, and then once you feel confident, you're getting closer to the target. You're doing better.
Yeah, honestly though.
Half of the battle was learning your specific bow as well. Each one's different. My longbow, since I was a kid, so I know it very, very well. I'm sure if I used another bow, I would be struggling. Closer.
It was closer.
A little bit down into your side. The left, that's the direction. Hit the tree.
Yes. I have one more. Let's see if I can do 2 in a row. I've not been able to do that yet.
Lower, but you hit the tree again.
If that was
Now, if
somebody's
this was a
ankle,
person, you hit him right in the ankles.
That's what I'm going for.
that's exactly what she said she wanted to do.
I don't.
Oh, you're getting there. I'll set this one off to the side. One's ready to break soon, and that's fine.
Probably do one more round. Yes.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it.
No.
That's right. I saw it.
Right, this elbow up.
Important part.
It's up.
Actually, is that elbow. Okay. Just horizontal. Like, I guess, like this, like so. Like this. Touch your cheek.
Touch me cheek.
Yeah. Touch your cheek.
Again, not what I was aiming for, but I hit a tree.
You hit something.
See, what I'm worried about is that I will keep hitting things I'm not aiming for and accidentally get someone killed.
That is the fear any ranged have. It's difficult. So you have to make sure that you don't hit your comrades. That's why it's good to get up high. Aim down.
Huh.
You're less likely to.
You wouldn't happen to, like, climb trees in order to shoot, would you?
I do.
Do you recommend it? Oh, well, that would...
I would recommend it personally, even just so that nothing can get to you while you're shooting. It requires concentration. The only difficulty is getting a tree where you're able to maneuver and not have to, you know, there are multiple ways to shoot, so either doing it straight up or sideways. Actually, let me... Okay.
You're putting me to shame, Kuro.
I haven't shot like that since I was a kid. Again. Ever since I was a kid, I've been shooting this thing.
Hi, kid.
No shame, just... what should we be working towards?
Practice makes perfect. I know that's a really cheesy thing to say, but...
No, absolutely. With a bow especially. You need to... It takes a lot of muscles that you don't normally use, especially with a sword. Close. Much closer. Much better.
I've hit more of what I was aiming for.
The key with archery isn't about aiming for the target, it's about getting consistent areas. So even if I am off, I'm a little up just too many times. If it's all in a group, if I'm aiming for the center and it's all grouped, that's still technically good. You need to know how your bow works and just make sure you can try to keep it consistent.
Too high. One more. Well, I hit trees more than I thought I would, and I'm learning that shooting a bow is a lot harder than I thought it would be.
It is most certainly. It took me years to get it proper. I mean, that's for reasons, but I'm sure it'll take you much less time with the proper things at your disposal. Learn, like, you know, people who know, books, etc.
Right.
Because, again, I know the methods for a longbow, not so much short bow.
If you want to, if you don't mind, you know, maybe coming up here every now and then, or going to the training grounds once the stabbing game is over, we could,
Absolutely.
maybe...
I can set up a proper target here so that we're not shooting at trees.
That would be nice. I have to look and see how many of the arrows are actually damaged.
So that we're not shooting at the fucking entrance.
Right. I was worried. I was like, I should have told them that I was going to grab the arrows.
Target slap in the middle. Yeah.
Oh.
Here.
Yeah.
Just
Just a couple of hours.
You know, if Feline saw me climbing trees, she might kill me. But now I'm tempted. Thank you.
And the other one.
Thank you.
Alright.
Thank you for not stabbing me while we were up here.
Of course.
Although I'm
Not stab you and then get back to the guild hall and then it's free game.
Right.
I am probably needed, actually. I should go.
Right. Good luck with that. If... Hopefully we didn't bore you, sir.
Honestly, real honored to watch you guys train. It's good to see you guys trying to learn new skills.
Well, I've learned the hard way recently that I cannot just be a healer. I've got to defend myself too, and... well, this seemed like the best option.
Some of the best healers I knew were...
I should tell him.
all knew how to get their way to whoever was hurt.
Mm.
And was able to batter anyone that was in the way. So, can't say it's a bad call.
Could I ask you, I don't know if I'd be overstepping. I was curious, though, if you had any information on the relic that we're looking for.
Edward was kind enough to give us a name.
Hmm.
Euphoria. That's the name of somebody that I used to know. Not exactly sure why that is, but seems like a little bit too much to be a coincidence, if you ask me.
Hmm.
I wasn't necessarily looking to have this come up. I was holding out that maybe it was a little bit of a coincidence, but I'm starting to get a bigger and a bigger hunch. I think I know what this artifact truly is.
And what might that be?
The flower. It's made out of a special kind of alchemical metal. Alive just like any other, but instead of a regular pollen-filled nectar, it's a concoction that Euphoria made. The flower produces it.
Hmm.
Now, if this is the same thing, this artifact, well, it was originally made to be a medicine source. A heck of a good one.
Hmm.
The thing about it is that I don't know exactly what's going on. It doesn't match up. If they have it and they figure out how to use it, well then, a lot of the problems that the guild would be having would be gone by now. Against the guild would probably be gone by now. It heals so many different wounds.
Well, then
They
what?
don't really have to worry about anything.
Then what do bandits want with it?
I'm not exactly sure. All of that is gonna be banking on this mission, I think.
So you don't know why someone would want to get their hands on it?
If they know how to operate it, it's well, a gift to end all gifts, basically. Artifacts like that are one in a million. I don't know exactly how they got it, is the problem.
Did it used to live here? Did it have a place? Or What do you plan on doing with it if we get it back?
All the regalia come from Astana, where I hail from. But regalia, it's what we used to call stuff like that. I think I owe it to you, Floria, to retrieve it, keep it safe. It's not something that should be used. Not by the hounds. Something Edward said from the interrogations and other conversations is rubbing me the wrong way. There wasn't supposed to be some of the effects and things that they've been going through. Apparently some of the kids that have sipped a little bit of the nectar have been going through a weird state. Almost dreamlike. With endurance and a fortitude to their bodies that makes them close to unstoppable when it comes to close range combat and dealing with pain. Apparently he said that he gave it out as gifts to some of the members that he really liked. Now listen well. He also said that after a while they'd have to take a little bit more of it.
What?
That's not how that works. If I was to say, I think something's wrong with the artifact, and if they keep using it, I think the house might be in trouble.
Right. Sounds like mind games.
All people in here.
Well,
The alliance dissolves.
All right, but you can totally stab me, but also
looking out for me.
Well, I don't want to.
you saw me stab him. I can't get you. It's fine.
I'm not.
Oh,
I don't want to stab you.
Who rang the horn?
I just don't want to get stabbed.
Exactly. I am no longer able to stab anyone, so I can't stab you today.
Thank you.
There we go.
I saw that. Thank you. I will be less paranoid around you today.
Happy to help.
Gathering people for the mission. Right.
I believe so.
I guess that's my cue.
Oh, is that?
I think so. That's
The industrious one, she actually cleans.
Well, let me,
I'm already out.
Cinnamon likes to climb on everything. And he likes to feel calm.
Enjoying your trash.
And then there's he who
I'm also out if you want to take my knife.
doesn't like
Also,
you.
they definitely ate a bunch of knives.
Yeah, there's like a whole thing.
I'm definitely
Getting their iron in.
you know this.
Yeah, I'm more worried about what happens when they explode with the knives in them. So we should probably
Good luck to you, Miss Anna.
If they need enough knives, do they
Thank you.
explode knives?
Yeah, that's the thing, Zombie. You should have done that. That was
not
a-
not complete knives. There might be small traces of trace metals in there.
You want a
That's
knife?
something you don't want to inhale.
The only person that's
So
not here is
we'll
that
deal with that when we come to it.
and
If they eat a
Akame,
lot
but
of
he's- I
knives,
don't
then
think
that's
he's-
just
He
more
was heading
certain.
towards the sawmill last I saw him.
careful, careful.
Yeah.
Be responsible with it.
Do you want to go to the training grounds?
I think it would be
Don't
wisest
eat
if we
it.
were to
Don't eat it. Don't eat it. It's sharp. It'll hurt.
while we're trying to strategize, but if you guys want to wait there, if you guys want to wait there,
Are you out?
area.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, let me just. Excuse
I
me.
got taken
Take
by
that
Carmine
knife.
the other
He
day.
got stabbed the first day.
Apple. Shiny, tasty
One.
apple.
Got taken out. Gail's gone.
I got
Gail got
poked in
taken
the
out.
back.
Okay.
Me and Santa, we're gonna meet in the dorm room so there's no fear of you being stabbed.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah?
Not you. Safe.
Well, you move quite quickly.
What?
Running through that smoke.
Yes, well, I would take dust to the face.
An opportunity, I imagine. Well, having a screen as such to mark your escape.
I suppose that helped a bit. I just... Kuro with a knife is a little bit scary.
Yeah.
And...
Well, I wouldn't rely Edward.
Right. This is a safe zone. So...
Yes, this is a safe zone.
I'll sit on the carpet. Well, he's making friends, just not with some of the people. That's...
It's how you imagine things would be Edward after he was captured.
No. It's not.
Just stop waving, stupid.
If you lift them up over your heads, tend to, explode.
I'm not going to do that. I don't want that to happen. Give me, I do have a leg.
Well, yeah, makes mistakes.
Well, first and foremost, I want to make sure that we're aware of the point of this mission. We're not going there to kill anyone. We're not going there to infiltrate. That's going to be, well, I guess we are going there to infiltrate. That's going to be someone else's job, the heavy lifting. We're just there to scout and see what is there. Now, I have very little information other than it's in the Vale. Edward, you obviously have more of that. But, first things first, setting up chain of command, just so that we are aware of who we are listening to and who's going to be giving out orders. I don't have any candidates in mind, but I do believe setting up a leader of this would be wise.
Well, Skura, it sounds like you volunteered.
I suppose if that is the case, if that is the case, then simply,
I know it won't be me.
Edward, do you know more about the surroundings? What sort of area surrounding the encampment, just so that we know where we can hide, where we can stay hidden?
I know of places, but I do not wish to speak of that until we are on the way. Yeah, I'm sorry, get stabbed in the back after I tell you.
I'm asking for mere surroundings and confirmation that there is places to hide, not for where it is or how to get there.
Alright. I would say there is. It's pretty heavily deforested, so.
that is the case, main mission objective, to scout. We are not there to get caught. We are not there to make noise. We are simply there to gather information. I know some of you haven't been with the guild for very long. Try to listen to the chain of command, but I understand if there are situations that require us to split up. If that is the case, then we can register other leaders for each individual group once the need arises. Sorry, there's a lawnmower. If we do need to split up, we'll set times, we'll set specifics. But we will try to at least be in contact with the other groups within 5-minute window. 10 minutes if it is a far travel. Simply so that we are aware of each other's locations and know if one or the other has been captured. In the event of a capture, please don't say anything. That should be obvious. Yeah, you okay there?
Yep.
In the event of a capture, I expect you all, as you all are individuals I can trust, to not say where you are from, why you are there. You are lost in the Vale adventure, scouting or just trying to make your way through, whatever it may be. Obviously, if we are not to know any information about the surroundings, it's going to be hard to make any plans in the preemptive. But if anyone has suggestions elsewise as to plans or ideas, I would love to hear them.
Well, Edward, would I be right in saying that if they saw you, they would recognize you?
Correct, yes. The path is regularly patrolled, but numbers aren't massive, I'll say that much.
Sorry. Well, how would one join such a band?
It's less more so of rocking up at the door and saying, hello, I'd like to join, and more of like a, alright, you're coming with us. We might have, built half the village. Got really nothing else to do, so. I don't think a ploy like that would work. They're not dumb.
But they know you, don't they?
They do?
If the main trail is to be patrolled, as you say, how thick is the brush surrounding it? Have they cleared it so that they may have a better view, or is it still just as thick as the rest of the Vale?
I'd say it's still pretty thick. For the most part, no one knows where we are. It's only a couple people who just keep an eye out to make sure that, not being crept up on.
Anna, what I was getting at was, supposing you went up to them and said you recruited us.
Probably not a good
Dangerous
idea.
game. And I think will be a much more overt show than we are trying to attempt.
So on the other hand, they're
Use
actually
scout
expecting
to
Edward.
infiltrate.
What?
Okay. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting. So people tell me to leave eventually. So when I went to the bandit camp to get Everett's sword, right?
Yes.
Well, there were bandits there. So I went and talked to them, and I told them that I was going to break Edward out in a couple of days.
Interesting.
They let me walk right in. So if they report it back, then they might be expecting Edward. Just in case. I don't know. Anyways.
That would hinge, I believe, on you being there, which would hinge on other people not.
Well, my only thought is that perhaps we want to see below decks, if you get what I mean.
Indeed. It is a risky
And I
move.
suspect they obviously have an inside man.
If you could die on us here, and I'm going to stop talking. You do your planning.
think I look like Jenny.
I don't think that would work.
I don't think so either.
Oh no, you did run into this room very fast. Oh, thank God.
I want to make sure you're prepared for this mission.
I know you more or less prove some type of
Trust with us. But what we're asking you to do, be the guide for us.
obviously we can't exactly expecting us to go 100%
Should be some
as planned.
gunfire.
Should that happen,
You might have to kill more of your brothers with us.
are you prepared for that?
You still have hands.
At least if it's me, I can make it quick.
I don't think that's gonna be a problem for some of us, but if you're willing to do what is needed, I doubt that will be.
On that topic as such, Edward, are these people that were gonna be scouting? Are they would you say they're deserving of a great death?
Do you consider me deserving of a great death?
Quick.
Wait,
This is.
well, I mean, would you say they're villainous?
I don't know. Would you say I'm villainous? They've done the same things as I.
Okay, I was told by Ginny that there might have been some mind control stuff going on here. People doing things
Indeed.
against their will, not having a choice. Do we have any more information on that? Is that true?
I talked to Wolfric a bit. He mentioned that they have the artifact called the Euphoria. He said that it used to be used as a medicine, but he thinks something happened to it because it seems as though it's influencing the people under Bedlam.
I would avoid killing if it is all possible, especially those who could be under the influence of mind control. We have no idea of these individuals, or their lives, or their backstories. They could have very well done nothing wrong under their own jurisdiction. And anyways, we are going there to scout. If we can avoid killing, if at all possible, that would be ideal. Though if it is necessary, I trust that we can do so, and quickly.
Yes. Don't make a mess.
Keep your face's defining features hidden as well.
Well, if they aren't bad as such, is there anyone at the camp we could get in touch with who might come over to our side?
How many? Oh. Depending on how many men Ginny saw. Perhaps we could rein in a few.
I think it's probably
Although if they
worthwhile.
head back already, then it could be futile, so. Up to you if you want to spare the time to head out there and check. Or we go.
You know if we have any kind of reserve of silencing potion or at all?
I'd have to question Spickmock about it. I haven't seen him in a couple days, so I'm unsure. Or maybe Doug, I guess.
Yeah,
You
I
might
could
know,
probably
but-
sneak into the camp. If we need somebody to do a scout on site, I could probably get in for a little while. Try to get a lay of the
Minutes
place.
at the very least.
Yeah, might be able to push that.
Hold on.
But if it is some sort of brainwashing thing, and people are doing, you know, the sound of bedlam's work. If there's a way to prioritize cutting off the head of the snake, per se.
I need to wholly emphasize again, we are not there to kill anyone. If the opportunity arises, good. We are not going to preferably make any plans off of that. I do not want us engaging unless, you know, our lives are at stake. The unfortunate truth is if we do engage and cause a ruckus, they're going to be ready when the next group comes. So unless we're willing to kill them all right here and right now, not wise.
What about explosives?
I happen to notice that most of us here are ranged or have some capability to attack Archery. Am I correct?
Yep.
Well, are you familiar with the tactic of shoot and withdraw?
No.
Well, should you be engaged by anyone, you simply shoot and then you fall back, and they then anticipating some further attack will not usually intend to follow you. Now, I believe that if things get dire, perhaps we could fight and fade, as it were.
I don't doubt that I could get some good shots off on people coming at us if it is necessary. And
Maybe
others
best
that
just
have
not
ranged
rely on
capabilities.
firearms as much.
I was gonna say, anything quiet would be best. I don't want to alert the whole camp with gunfire. Does anyone else here know how to use a bow? Or is it just myself and Anna learning?
I got a crossbow.
Make sure that's fixed up and ready.
Good thing a couple sharp rocks.
That could also work.
Oh, good, you're
I'm
right
afraid
here.
I'm rather unsubtle when it comes to the ranged weaponry.
Indeed.
If I could, I'd bring a cannon.
Well, maybe next time.
Any kind of charges. I don't know if someone could cause some sort of diversion. I mean, while maybe I sneak inside, plant a couple of detonation charges if we had any. Anyone familiar with these at all?
Not particularly.
Something about barrels of gunpowder.
It's something they use in the lightning region. Mostly for mining, but has other uses. It's very short range, but if activated, you can detonate several explosives at once. Maybe a good thing to plant them, come back later, detonate them when the attack actually happens.
It depends on how long it will take for us to get that attack.
That is always gunpowder weaponry.
Some of them are.
Where do you keep your gunpowder?
Know where the stars are? Yes, that was what I was getting at.
Somewhere at the back, of course.
Well, do you reckon if you were in the camp, you would be able to manage to get to the gunpowder stores and find a few should the need arise?
I don't think that is what you would want to do. The way that it's structured, you might.
Well, as a diversion.
No matter what you say, we can work with it. Don't worry.
I think it would be a little bit too effective as a diversion.
Very well.
The point of it is, we're scouting right now. I don't think we should do anything further than that. Anything more, we're just risking our own lives.
Indeed. If we're we're not to learn anything regarding where or surroundings here. And as long as we are aware of the objective and have backup plans just in case things do get heated, then
I should still like to see the inside of that camp if it can be arranged.
I believe the best person suited would be Carmine.
If that happens,
It's rather rough to meet it.
you need to be in and out quick.
Yeah, I don't. Holding it for that long is already threading the needle. So yeah, I'm gonna be in there as fast as I can. Just get a basic layout. Take in any sights I can. Weapons, positionings, defensibles.
Yes.
Keep your mind on
Any
sight.
weak points especially.
Do you have something that could be used as some kind of signal should you travel?
We might be able to talk to Spigmot or Doug about getting some sort of flare, sort of potion to...
Well, I was thinking something rather more subtle.
Okay, fair enough.
You asking for a
Such
signal if I
should we
get
be
caught, or?
observant? Well, yeah, should there be trouble and you need us to come, I suspect that.
Still.
Well, I would like, if possible, Edward, if we could have some kind of advantageous position we can observe Carmine and yourself as yet.
Somewhere close enough, but hidden. We could fire down from if there's an emergency, get people out, but stay quiet.
Do you think Big Glass has a looking glass?
Maybe. If not, there might be one in town. I know there's a curio shop in town that might carry something along those lines.
Carmine, do you keep such things from your airship deck?
Might have something in my trunk. Have to check. I do have some old flash grenades.
Well, I'm sure that come in useful should we get into combat.
Regardless of these what-if scenarios,
It's good to plan ahead. But if we're talking the real deal, no sort of chain of command, I would elect none other than this guy. He knows the lay of the land.
As much
Well, he
as
Rather premature.
I agree.
You
As much as I agree that he knows the lay of the land best.
I could,
Having
if you don't
him
mind
be-
waiting in the med bay. Or I could come find you.
Thank you.
Edward is not yet
how bad is it?
full member of the guild. He is
I can
here to work with us as part of this mission, and if he does work with us as part of this mission, he will earn his share. But we may listen to his guidance, but chain of command is more for if we get into an emergency or if someone needs to be barking out commands, who will be doing so.
There was an issue I wish to have a guild vote on. Guild members only. On whether or not Edward should be armed for the mission.
it's gonna have to be.
Indeed.
Well, I suspect we can keep a knife for him in case things got rough, but leave him unarmed instead for the majority of the mission.
What's to stop him
If
from
he
using
is there,
magic?
just show us the
Retinue.
way.
I was about to say, even right now, he is able to cast. He could have escaped at any moment if he really truly desired.
And if we couldn't get him a weapon in
Much
time,
stone surrounds us.
and something happened to him because of it.
We lose our one shot.
Not to mention, Ginny's gonna be pissed.
She'll get over it.
What would be the weapon of your pleasure, Edward?
A sword. I've got mine back, so
Yeah.
I can use that.
Very well.
Alright.
In the instance
Is there
of
anything
you
else we would like to
Bedlam,
clear?
I might need to fashion a disguise for this. He's quick to dispose of those who are not capable.
Well, I suppose could fashion something quickly, but it wouldn't be.
Spare gauntlets lying around.
I'm sure we do, and I'm sure we could make something that works.
Perhaps Zark has something.
Maybe. Just make sure if it does come down to it that it doesn't come under any scrutiny, as it will be fairly obvious fairly quickly.
Yes.
Unable to make your own?
I don't know, I guess I'm not. I wouldn't say I'd be experienced at, intricately, constantly. I'm not refined. That's as much as I'll say. I feel like it'd take a lot of mental effort to control every single finger, and, I'm not had to do that before. You blame me?
Not to interrupt you from your rambling hutch. Well, back to the topic at hand. What's the kind of... Is it woodland that surrounds the area?
Yes.
The veil, after all.
The Vale. The Vale is almost
Right
entirely
on the
woodlands.
perhaps.
It gives us more cover even if it is a little bit disadvantageous at range.
I used to
I
the
say it
woods.
might be better if you don't take your hat with you.
I shall take
Very
my
used to the
hat
woods.
with me. Thank you very much. I shall not go to battle without it.
If the need arises, I mean, I don't know who all here knows how to climb trees, but it's not the worst thing in the world.
Well,
If need arise and we are
Can't be much different from a man.
is and it isn't. It's much more uneven, much more grab points, yes, but also it can be, depending on the tree, much more slippery.
Where are we gonna sleep?
What do you mean?
It's not a go out, come.
It's not. It is.
Well,
What
do we plan
Do
to
you want to bring the sleeping
go out and
bags?
come back? I'm just curious.
I had heard that in nightfall we are rendezvousing near the Vale entrance, and we'll just meet everyone there. We'll be spending the night in the forest, probably twice.
In the forest.
Yes.
I can bring some packs and stuff.
Sounds rather uncomfortable.
It's not ideal, but if it is a great distance, then we're going to need to. Not gonna make that in one day.
Just wondering one thing for sure. This scout mission, or we're keeping stealth on the utmost importance. Okay. That's
The
the way we
least
take it.
amount of noise we can make, the least we can put ourselves out there while gathering information, the better. It would be good to use today and tomorrow to acquire cloaks or other things of the type to disguise oneself's, again, defining features. Try to stay dark. Darker cloaks, darker clothes, as much as you can. Some of us already got that on
Looks
lock,
like I'm gonna be paying a visit to the clothing store.
Right.
Can you cover your arm with like paint or soot?
Maybe. I don't really know what's gonna shine through.
I don't think it'll matter if I wear anything I'm a bit too noticeable.
I have a funeral dress.
I mean, that works, I suppose.
Ominous.
I'll find something a bit darker. Or at least take the jacket off.
Even if it's just a black cloak you toss over.
Mm.
That would be better than anything. Can't get traced, even if we are sighted by a distance, we can't get traced back to the guild. That's going to put those that are going on the mission, our vanguard, into a much more dangerous position, and I do not want that.
This is the supposed headquarters, right?
Yes.
It's gonna be flocking with them too. Then
Just so that I'm clear, is the idea then that we come back here and tell the guild what we saw and how many and such like, and
Yes.
then we mount some kind of an attack?
We are scouts, but we are still going into the Vale, which is dangerous in and of itself, and scouting out a bandit headquarters.
Dangerous how?
The Vale not lived here for very long, but from what I've heard, it is crawling with monsters, spirits, things you do not want to
Like
encounter.
bears?
On our way here, we saw something quite large. Very large. It chased us up a mountain. Lots of arms. Taller than some of the trees.
More monstrous than you're imagining, not beasties. Abominations.
I should bring a lot of gunpowder.
Yes.
also fucks with that. Very much.
It also, yes.
How do you mean?
It makes you see things.
Hear things that aren't actually there.
The longer you spend there,
Spot to stay hidden.
the worse it gets.
It makes me wonder.
That's why the ideal is in and out.
Why haven't bandits been able to stay there for so long?
It might have something to do with the item they're using for mind control.
Think it overrides it.
Possibly.
Seem rather dismissive, Edward.
Mystery, spooky.
Yeah. What does it feel like? Being out of your own mind, then.
Good.
I bet that's
I
how
don't
they
know how
usually
to put
feel.
it. Like,
It is called Euphoria.
peace? What? No, I don't know. It's too polite to say peace. It feels good.
Hence the name. Euphoria.
Right.
Well then, any further inquiries?
Depending on if we were to get in trouble, assigning each other certain tasks to do. I'd imagine you two are archers. Are you able to do any frontline fighting?
I am. I prefer range, but I can frontline if needed.
I wouldn't call myself an archer. And you know my skills. But,
It's the best you got.
I'd say my best place is healing. And defending. I have a barrier.
Right. In the midst of a battle, healing is going to need to take secondary. Primary needs to be a offensive skill, even if it is not your best suited skill.
Yes, Lieutenant. As we discussed earlier, I suspect it should be rather skirmish and like fire and fade.
Yes. Alright.
Well, I have my pistol. And I have my sword. But I'm not much good at any kind of range, really. Much further than common, and then I can't really hit much.
So we are mainly
Mostly
offense.
long range. A sword with the crossbow, mediocre with the pistol, and melees. This is best as I got now.
I feel very out of my element here.
You, after losing 30 pounds, are you confident in being frontliner?
I'd say so. Didn't use that arm to swing anyway, so.
So am I to believe that
attach a
the
flail to it.
defense that we have is Anna? We have no other defensive capability among us?
It's not my specialty. I rather like shock.
If anyone gets injured in the process and we need to retreat, I have 2 doses of a certain medical agent that can get them on their feet and get them moving very quickly.
Good.
If absolutely needed, I also have some emergency measures, but they shouldn't be. And I'd rather not rely on them. Yes.
I've got some
Just
rocks.
speak, you don't need to raise your hand. Okay. Can you use them as a barrier, or is it just throw them at people?
And do anything. Whatever needed.
Anything?
Well, not anything. If I could do anything, I would have had an arm by now, but no. Nothing intricate.
Well, if a barrier is needed, would you be able to provide one?
Say please.
Well,
You make a causeway of some kind, like a
then between the two of us, we could probably cover the whole team. I can fit
Good.
2 others with myself, and if absolutely necessary, people could hide behind it. But, you know. Hi, Sansa girl.
Right.
So, we got
If that's the case,
doing frontline fighters then.
Hi, Sansa girl. Hi, baby.
Like those
Sweet girl.
I know Akame was also announced to be going on this mission, but I don't know what his capabilities are. I don't think I've even spoken to him once, so
I don't know who you're talking about.
He has a mighty sword.
okay. So another front line. Anyone who's going to be at range, I would say that we try to keep up higher. If you can manage a tree, that would be ideal, but obviously in the midst of a skirmish, just try to position yourself away where you'll be shooting directly at teammates, probably at farther angles, or if there's a hole in the sun, to aim for there. Other than that, I have a vague idea of some of your capabilities, so unless there's anything else to put forth.
Is breakfast still being served?
I don't believe so. I think it's
I suspect it should be
later in the day.
lunch or early dinner now.
Yes.
Right.
You're an ass.
There goes a compliment.
Well, I believe that is meeting adjourned. Get sleep. Get whatever supplies you need to prepare. That's mine.
What would you recommend?
Have fun.
Fuck you! What the hell?
Does the guild have any, like, spare bedrolls or
I'm so
anything like that?
Yeah, we do.
That might be...
If you get cold, I can make you a little dirt sheet.
Oh, how kind.
Quite insulating,
So
honestly.
upset. Where's my glaive? I'm gonna go kick his ass.
In the forest, is it possible to set up a hammock?
I mean,
I
yeah.
don't know.
Probably. If you have enough trees. And the Vale has got a lot of them.
Very well. Hammock it is.
Anyways, I have to sprint as fast as humanly possible to the training grounds because motherfucker just stole my knife. I will see you guys.
Good luck.
So you're really not very good at your bow, huh?
I've just gotten it, seeing as how I'm not a very good combatant. I'm not the best shot, but I'll probably spend the rest of the day practicing with it.
Well, you're full-blooded, aren't you?
No.
You're not.
No.
Well, I couldn't tell from your features. Rather more distinct than mine.
Might be a blessing in disguise, that then.
Well, I was sad I'd more my father than my mother.
Still believe you shouldn't take that hat. Do you believe them?
What?
Would you stab me if I, say, for example, took the bow from your hair?
I wouldn't stab you. I'd be a little upset.
You wouldn't kill me?
For taking a bow? No.
You have more common sense than Elena does.
She must really like her hat.
God, unless, God forbid, all of her life force is in her hat.
That answers that.
You know, you could guess who's looking for you as usual. Ginny is running around waiting for you whenever you're ready.
Of course, I have some questions for them as well.
Yeah. Also, be warned, the dust bunnies in the time you have gone into the dorms have militarized. Yeah.
Oh,
That's great.
good for them.
Yep.
Interesting.
They follow my commands. A little, slightly. If I told them to attack someone, they just don't.
Hmm.
Okay.
Very close to my sound.
I've been told you have all militarized yourselves. That's adorable. You're... Oh! Oh no. Oh, well that's not... Are you alright?
I ran outside to get away from it exploding, and then it exploded.
Well, Gobby just about shoved that one off the stairs. It's alright. Oh, it's all... Oh no. Oh my... Oh. Oh, hold on.
Go kick him in the shins.
What's wrong, Pika? Who did what?
Gabby pushed him off the stairs, so I told him to go kick Gabby in the shins.
Like, okay.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I guess this is for me now.
If you see the brown one with green eyes, that one's Mom. I don't think he's all there.
Yeah, maybe something.
I would check Miss Anna and Miss Expedition.
The black one likes to fight people, and the gray one, I don't know.
Glad to know you're able to pick up on little and subtle hints.
I can't tell if that was a subtle insult or if you're actually complimenting me.
Just didn't expect it, I guess.
I'm not stupid.
I'm not saying you're stupid, I'm saying you're observant.
In that case, thank you.
Home.
At least someone will enjoy it.
Well, give it a go.
You better watch my back. I haven't been able to train here. Because I don't know who wants to take me out. What?
You've been wanting to.
Yes, well, I went into the mountains this morning. To train, but, you know, shooting at targets is probably a lot better.
Oh. I'm only wondering because, well, I'm going to be relying on that.
Well, I don't have the best aim yet. It's going to take a lot to practice.
Well, keep trying.
Of course. I'm not trying to kill anyone with it. But if I can get an ankle or two, that's good enough for me. I see.
Keep trying. An archer who can't shoot is like a fish out of water.
Yes, well, considering I've only been at it for a day. I'm not Kuro, but maybe eventually. She recommended I learn how to climb trees. I think I might do that. Too high.
You don't know how to climb a tree.
Well, I could climb. It doesn't mean I can, like, I have steady feet or anything.
Aren't you an elf?
I'm from the water region. I'm a good swimmer.
I expected a bunch of tree huggers to be good at climbing.
We don't hug trees in Suna. Keeps going to the right. Well, what do you know about elves?
I know Asmith still thinks they're a bunch of tree huggers. Heck, when we find one on a boat, I'm pretty sure we're all like, wow, this one's a long way from home. Mind you, we're a very reserved place. We never really
Reserved.
have a reason to travel outside.
Well, where I come from,
Very
sending
broad
elves where
targets.
you're from means death, probably.
You want to know what happens?
You tell me, Masa. Do you think I want to know what happens?
Well, do you?
Damn it. The only things I've heard of come from my nightmares. So are the nightmares true or not?
Yeah.
Great.
I'll be talking to Feline in the night.
By yourself?
Yeah.
Are you going to threaten her?
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
She's not having the best day.
You always seem to be aiming a little to the right.
Yes.
A lot.
I've noticed that. She decided to shut me out.
Yeah.
You did a really good job, Garden.
Well, she has to practice.
Fair enough.
You any good with a bow?
Yes.
You should see her shoot. It's incredible.
Well, she's here now. Plus, won't you feel a little more of that? I think we might want to step back a little. I mean, like, really, really back.
Oh.
That hit.
It did hit. I'll move over here. Anyway, what are you talking to Feline for?
I really don't know.
You don't want to talk to her for any particular reason? Oh, well, I didn't mean to do that. You don't know what you're doing.
No. Not at all.
Then why talk to her?
I don't have the answer to that question. At least not yet. What do you mean she's shutting you out, though? Shoot and talk.
She... She... admits that there's something wrong. But very specifically does not want to talk to me about it. Which is not like her. She seems particularly angry. And she was drinking alcohol this morning, which is, again, unusual. Very to the right. Have to fix that. All I'm saying is that today might not be the best day. However, if you don't do it today, we're going to be gone for a couple days, so you'll miss your chance maybe, or you'll just have to sit on it.
Well, maybe that'll be my only chance.
What's that supposed to mean?
So Vale we're talking about here. Then enemy headquarters we know nothing about.
You're not going to
What
die
could
in there.
happen?
Not while I'm around.
You think you're gonna be able to stop that?
I'm a healer at
Till you
least.
can hit those. Till you can hit those targets confidently.
Listen, they don't need to know if I'm good or not. They're gonna see an arrow flying their way.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Hello. Good shot.
I'm fine.
I thought she might whack me with the bow, so I decided against it.
I would fucking have hit you, yes. Okay.
You didn't finish that.
Anyone having this?
Apparently not anymore.
No.
Don't lie to my face. I'm not a good shot. It's always to the right.
Go on, Edward. Go on, Edward. Say something. Give her a compliment.
Don't.
You're getting the consistent shot down. Just need to bring it down. There you go.
You didn't see that.
Was he the only one doing it?
Obvious tension right now.
It's either you forget about that. If you don't forget about that now, I will erase your memory with a rock.
No, trust
Forgotten.
me, I saw it too. I saw it the first time.
That's rather
I don't know
violent.
what he did
Is
the
it
second
not?
time.
It's effective. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
I've made many people forget who they are with a rock.
You going to take a shot?
And then
Can.
She's really good. It's putting me to shame. I'm a bit paranoid.
Ooh, confident.
You do realize that every time you're shooting, I'm standing exactly right here.
I know. It is just very apparent how easy of a target I am.
What's the point of why I'm standing here?
Do you see that?
Don't get so celebratory all of a sudden.
I'm
Make that
proud.
shot, kid, and then if you can make that shot consistently 3 times in a row, then yes.
I'm still proud to hit it, even if it was only once.
I mean, this was by chance.
So, listen, that one was twice in a row.
Ooh,
Oops.
little bit off.
I mean, it was-
Well, that was a little bit more spot on, but not the target I was hoping for. Goodness. I'm going to stab you now, you realize?
Sorry.
shot through the heart. You're to blame.
I was trying to
blame.
I was trying to do that.
Bad name. Well, you would have stabbed me either way based on how close I was. Best be careful.
I'm
I
sorry.
think that would technically count as a stab.
I would, wouldn't it? Got my eye on you.
Yeah?
Funny. You have one eye and one arm. Do you want to lose another just to even yourself out?
Listen, if you take it,
Yeah.
why are you aiming?
Well, if you lose, then you would have one leg, one arm, and one eye.
You keep talking, I'm just going to do it to myself at this point.
Don't do it. Your life has so much value.
If I could have an annoyed but smug face right now, I would. Oh! Excellent shot!
You didn't even see it.
See what?
The shot.
This is
From a
handsome.
shot.
Oh, okay.
Not your shots. Sorry, not really interesting to watch.
I
Unless you
don't,
hit it.
I don't take it personally.
You're supposed to. You're supposed to use that as anger and... Oh, curses, he said something bad about me. Now I must get better.
It didn't.
We can restart if you'd like.
I'm alright.
Edward. Come on and I'd like a word.
What
The
is?
most wanted man in
Still
all of
haven't-
Eastside, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we need not step aside. It's actually a rather simple question. We're wondering if you're bandits. You buy and sell people.
I mean... No. Not really. What we do.
So
You
your
don't
people
take
don't take
anyone you
prisoners.
capture and then sell them.
Don't sell people. They sort of... If we capture anyone, they sort of join us. If they want to escape, they can. We sell our treasures.
Well,
If they want to escape, they can. So they're staying willingly, is what you're saying.
I guess in a way, if
What
you
happens
involve
to
the
them after they
employer-
run? Yeah, what happens to them after they run is not up to me. It's not, not controlled by them.
So we shouldn't find any
I can't
prisoners
do
if
it,
we search
can
the
I?
grounds.
I can't do
What?
How are we to know that they're really bad? If they're just under the influence of whatever you called it,
You can't do it.
how can we rightly protect our lives?
But can you do it?
Oh, well, it's a scouting mission, ain't it?
But if it comes down to it, can you do it?
I have an itchy on my forehead.
She can do it.
It's either them or us.
She can do it. But once again, as always, this is a scout mission. No one's gonna be getting killed at all. If we do our job right, they won't even notice that we were even there.
Jesus, they're so fucking fast.
Faster than Gabi.
Yes, that's the plan. Now we hope it doesn't come to that. But if we must, you can count on me to do it.
Do we have some kind of legal permission to kill them? Like
I mean,
something written.
if they threaten our lives, then I don't know if it's necessarily
That's
needed.
a vocal
We'll do any-
promise at that point.
Well, self-defense is one thing, but
Avoid it at all costs. Do non-lethal blows if you can help it. But if it comes down to it, we have a priority.
is there really nothing written? How is this different
I
from murder?
presume something a part of the guild's
It's not.
bullshit of being able to run.
The only difference is that they're on one side of the or on another.
One side of what?
Of this fight. We believe we're doing something right,
Well,
and
he
so do
seems to
they.
think they ain't so bad.
That's true. Maybe they aren't bad. Maybe they're just being taken under the influence. But if you're willing to put your life down on the line for that, then go ahead. I, on the other hand, ain't.
My side, if they're innocent, if they haven't committed any crimes, and if we don't have any script from any law or judge or anything, then how are we supposed to proceed?
Easy.
I'm not
Just
part of
do
your
it.
guild.
You are still a prisoner under our jurisdiction. So technically you are a responsibility whatever you do.
If anything,
Doesn't matter.
I think
We're going to keep talking in circles about this because at the end of the day, yes, we have no legal jurisdiction to kill these people, but yes, we also will be defending ourselves and we need to do what we need to do. At the end of the day, if we can non-lethally take people down, if it comes to that, then we will do so. But if we need to kill, it will be an act of self-defense. Because while they weren't under their own influence, they were under someone else's influence who was using their bodies to kill us.
Yes, man, this is a tragedy.
It is. But it's the one we find ourselves in.
Sorry.
Not gonna lie. It's a little disappointing to me that she doesn't have the guts for it. Suppose I should look
I don't think
elsewhere.
it's a matter of whether she has the guts or not. I think it's a matter of the guild's image is at stake no matter what we do. Going out on missions is not just to do justice, do good, whatever we're asked to do, but also to reflect the guild's image upon the world. And if our image is go out and kill people who are mind controlled, that's not great. So, yes, while it is a rough situation, at the end of the day, as long as we can make attempts to non-lethally take out as many as we can, I think that says quite enough. And again, I doubt it will come to that when we are there. But for those that are going to going on the mission after this to clear out the bandits, they'll have to grapple with this as well, and we'll have to make sure they know quite well that this is what the stakes are. And hopefully they'll be able to non-lethally clear out the issue. But it is a very distinct possibility that we are going to lose people, or at least not be able to save all of them, if not majority, if not some. Whatever. But we can try.
Is it the point of doing this just to prevent more people from dying, or something like that?
But the people that we can, truthfully, people that we can prevent dying aren't the people that we're going to be attacking. Again, we can do what we can, but at the end of the day, when blood is shed and we are in the middle of a fight, most we can do is try. There's no guarantees that we're going to keep people alive. No, there never is.
Guess you kinda know that best.
A lot of people here know that. Carrie.
Again, not to rub salt in the wound, but I'm sure that the rest tried to keep them alive. But now we have one. Continue practicing.
Not with him here.
Oh.
What's changed?
He's still playing the game.
Oh, you're still thinking about that. Here I was thinking that you just didn't like me anymore or something.
I have no problems with you, Edward.
Trust me.
Not while we're playing this game.
Alright, well, I'll be back tomorrow after I start Kuro. Kuro, would you like to come this way?
I'm entirely good. Thanks.
I think the fact that he admitted it so openly means he's done.
Listen,
Turn
I
around.
might not have a literal knife in my hands, but
Kidding. I'm kidding, wouldn't be so blatant. But alright, you want me to go, I can go so you can practice.
It would be appreciated. Practicing under paranoia certainly does not help someone trained to shoot an arrow.
Would you like to shoot at me? I can stand behind it.
Absolutely not. What if I kill you?
Go, get a running start.
Oh no.
Moving target.
Off I go. This helpless little bandit. Oh no, a helpless little bandit.
'Hi. 'Hi. feather?
You gonna try it?
You want a feather?
That's gonna hit someone. That's gonna hit something.
It'll be fine. No, it's
Someone's gonna
alright.
have a Someone's about to have a very bad day.
Mm-hmm.
That was the most excited I've ever seen one of those things.
I
You know,
think
there
when
are
I-
like, you can like fill one of those arrows with like, you can get ones that are like training arrows, specifically for like shooting at people.
That's
they're
fair.
like a stick,
I
and
didn't
then
know
they're
that.
like a leather, and then they're filled with like fluff. You know, like LARP arrows.
They do LARPing in this universe. Who thought?
Yeah, it's crazy. I heard it's really, really popular over in like Linden and shit. They do like fantasy LARP.
What do they LARP?
Regular school life. Lord, mortgage payments.
That'd be fucking wild.
I'm buying a house. I'm going to pay taxes.
RIP financial crisis.
LARP sounds lame. Who would do it? Every week for 5 to 6 hours.
Oh my god, sweating nerds.
What fucking nerds.
Just wait until you're about the Omniverse.
Oh my god. Sounds lame as shit. Linden's fucking whack. You hit the target.
I hit it. Kurosawa.
You hit the target, and you hit one of the red rings.
Yeah.
I'm not taller, but I can climb.
I'm gonna learn how to climb too.
I'm definitely up against this. Oh boy. Okay.
Did I break another one?
I'm just gonna be a little bit away from the arrowhead's a little loose, but I can fix that.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're right though. The training grounds are much better than shooting at trees in the mountains.
You can actually see where you're aiming. Any trees there?
Yes, they're everywhere.
I mean ones that I can climb feasibly. Like, these are harder to climb. There's not really, like, branches that I can sit on.
Is there a reason you're overseeing me shooting arrows other than protecting my back?
No.
Would I be a fool to think that you wanted to spend time with me? Ow. I've learned a couple things, Mosao. And you didn't say no.
I didn't say yes either.
You didn't have to. Okay, let's see if we can do that again. We at least hit the target twice in a row.
Yeah.
One more. 3 in a row. Alright.
Progress.
Progress.
On the edge. Yeah, at least heading around it. Instead of like too much to the right, too much to the left.
Right. Well, I think maybe we spoke too soon.
That's still kind of around.
Do you know how to shoot a bow?
No,
You want to?
I know how to shoot this though.
What even is that? Is it like a gun? Crossbow? It looks part machine.
It's a hybrid.
Don't remember seeing it that way in the academy.
Of course you didn't. I buried it.
You buried your crossbow.
Do you think they'd allow a student to carry a thing that looked like a gun at the academy?
They let someone get away with pushing someone off a cliff, so at this point I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's the person that's dangerous.
Fair
Imagine
point.
if the person who pushed the people off a cliff had a gun.
True. Alright.
I think you should hold your shot, even after that fires.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Maybe a steady hand like that works.
Perhaps. One more.
I don't have the patience for that. You're pretty good at it.
It's testing mine. But we'll get there. Are we still meeting at dusk, by the way? Oh.
That was just in case Edward didn't wake up and we had to make a plan without him. But
I see. Huh?
Wait, what?
yeah.
What?
What's wrong?
What? That doesn't sound great.
Nothing's fast.
How's it going, Papio?
Hi, everyone. Yes, I just wanted to make sure. I do have trust with all of you, so I'm sure it was a mistake. Just be careful you keep the arrows that direction.
We did. Very
Okay.
much did.
Well, I was
Super,
walking
super,
along
we're all in that direction.
a couple minutes ago, and yeah, of course, and as they should be, right? I was just out of nowhere, so I don't know. I assumed it was all because
Okay.
Are you looking?
What
Yeah.
color was the arrow if you saw it? Did it have like a red or did it have a white?
Are you hungry?
Did the color of the wind look better white?
Yeah.
Ah,
Why don't you take me to wherever the problem is?
you know, honestly, it was just. I'm not sure. I don't want to point fingers, of course. Arrows are.
No,
a
point
common
away.
tool.
I need to know this for reasons.
It
Are
must
you
have been.
afraid?
Yeah.
Oh no. Nobody's dead. Everything's fine. Last time I climbed a tree, I fell out of it. Maybe we don't climb a tree. Maybe not today, at least not that one. Kuro does it like it's nothing. She seems to do a lot of things like they're nothing. But I'll get there someday. Pick a flower. I brought him a flower to apologize.
Yeah,
He walked away.
so when you shot at Edward and it kept going.
Right.
And so Bobby,
Yeah.
whatever his name is, Fabio said he was just walking, having a good day, and then, thunk.
Not in his foot, but right in front of him.
Well, I feel like I can safely laugh about it because he didn't get hurt, but I won't be doing that again.
I think it helped balance him out.
You know, he's having a
He's
good
having a
day.
good day and now
Then
he's
that
having an
happened.
okay day.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
So
he's aware that
thank
fate
you.
exists, that it's coming for him.
Right. I see. I'll be sure to
Well,
apologize at the flower.
Okay.
Well, listen then.
still, if you just aim just a little bit to the left.
You could have shot him in the ankles.
I don't want to shoot it. He's not a target. He's a He's a civilian? He's a guild member? What is he?
He's a civilian.
Okay.
He's
Well.
he's like he handles the books and stuff and like the day to day. He's not a fighter at all.
Right. You know. I know you saw her go that way.
Yeah,
Um,
you gotta do something about that.
Well, yeah, probably. I'll go find him. I'm not.
I thought you
Don't. She does not want to talk to me, so I'm going to give her space, but I know that you want to talk to her for whatever reason. So.
During night.
It's almost dusk.
Oh, is it? Oh, it is. Oh, well, you know what? I'll take care of that.
You're gonna go check the time.
I could go flip the other way.
No, it's fine. I'm gonna go and find Fabio. I think those are the training grounds. Yes. And I've got to find a barrel for tack. Why am I in character right now? Actually, that's a good point. Let's get a tack barrel. I'll find a spot over here. I can't get out here. Fuck. Find a spot over here to come back in character. Alright, back in character right here. Mazzo? Do you happen to know which direction Edward went in?
No.
Alright.
I believe I found past that direction. Headed into town, I believe. Oh, don't eat that. I need to go. Oh no.
What do we feed him to make him turn now? What do we
You're still on edge all day today, ain't you?
It's hard not to be. Are you alright?
I feel like the majority of people have already gotten someone today. Let's
Yes.
see, I'm out, Lena is out, Jeannie got someone, so the three of us can't do anything.
I'm not playing, please
Hello?
Who's all out?
You're still in. I'm still in. Raz is still in.
Right.
Elena's still in.
I have a flower. This is for Fabio for almost shooting him.
I'm trying to avoid getting
What?
stabbed by Edward, so maybe
I don't have anything for you. Flower? Flower? Okay, well, Fabio, I brought a flower to apologize, but the dust bunny has it now.
I don't know what you're saying.
they're wondering if you know where Edward is.
Oh no, actually I was looking for him too, but then I found you and I remembered you wanted to talk. So,
Yeah, we can do that. It's not actually important. What? Do you want this? What do you?
oh, here.
The hammer?
Hi.
Oh, Fabio, come here.
Where's it?
It's Winston.
I
wondering,
sincerely
I
apologize
popped
for
up
almost
here,
shooting you
kind
with
of
my
a question
arrow.
for Gia.
I was gonna give you a flower, but I just gave it to the dust bunny who wanted it, so here's an apple that you probably prepared yourself. I'm so sorry.
Ah.
It's the same color.
You can't. You actually don't prepare apples. You grow them.
But yeah,
That's very thoughtful. Thank
you always, you know,
Reports
ask
of,
people if
like,
they're hungry or give them tea,
wanted
so I kind of figured you
posters
set
or,
up
like,
that
scripts from other
spindle right there.
towns,
So
It's my job. It's no
postings
trouble. Miss.
about them
It was
actually
actually
doing
technically
things.
Lizzie's job now, so she was probably the one that picked the apple.
Well,
I do
I
appreciate
think
it. In
what
fact,
you'll find is
let
very
me
local
return the
newspaper
favor.
clippings.
no, it's an apology for almost shooting you.
Bandit
Okay.
outbreaks that has happened in neighboring towns.
It's alright.
Nothing.
Yes, I'm
too
so sorry.
specific on that.
I'll be way more
Nothing
careful.
containing the
What-
name Hounds of Bedlam.
Yes, Joe.
Alright.
One moment.
No problem.
Hello.
Yes, Anna.
Yes,
What are
ma'am.
you doing in the What are you doing in the kitchen?
I was apologizing to Fabian. Fabio? Fabian.
I wouldn't go into detail if I were you.
Okay.
No, she's learning how to shoot an arrow, and she was asking me questions. Lord knows why, but she gave me an apple for the sake of it.
Wonderful.
Right.
Would you like some rum?
Oh, no, thank you. Are you alright?
I'm fine.
She's had a bit
I'm
of-
fine.
she has-
I'm
she's
all,
had a
I'm
bit
all
to
good.
drink.
I'm all good.
Alright.
I'm all good.
Miss Elena, why don't you go sit down and we'll join you for a drink soon?
I'm gonna go get some more shot.
Well, that's probably not a good idea. Kuro, could you tag along with her, please? Make sure she doesn't.
Right.
I'm gonna make an apple. Sorry.
An what? That was for you.
It's a baked apple. It's a
baked apple.
No. Raz had some the other day. It was rather. He was rather happy with it. You know how he is about apples.
Yes, those are his favorite.
No, you're not. Sorry.
No, it's
You're
alright.
woman.
Honestly, that's the least I deserve for almost taking your ankle off. What's she drinking?
It's a baked apple with ice
Oh.
cream on it.
Oh my goodness. Thank you very much.
Oh, I forgot the cinnamon. No
Oh.
problem. I was gonna say.
I'm almost.
to be careful with arrows. It's not a problem.
Oh,
you
of
know?
course.
And if keep at it.
Right.
Of course, keep your life out there.
I'm gonna work on it. I'll stick to the targets, the ones that don't move. Shall we?
You want to go to the dorm where it's safe?
Right. That would be yes. Is she all right?
Let's step into my room.
Oh my gosh, I forgot what this place looked like with wallpaper. Feline tore all of ours off. Baked apple with ice cream?
Why?
She didn't like the stains, I guess. I'm going to sit here.
Sure. Anywhere you want. I'm happy to chat about anything, but mostly I'm here because I want to work together to win the game.
I mean, no disrespect. This is going to sound awful no matter how I say it. Were you not on a team? There was a team mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it seems to have fallen apart a little bit, but also I don't really care about the team. I just want to win.
Huh.
And I think you're probably going to be my best chance. It's okay if you don't want to. Or if you don't trust me or whatever. That's fine.
It's not really that I don't want to. It is very hard to trust people during the game, but it could work out that way, I guess. I don't really want to win. I just wanted to do better than Elena and Edward.
Well, Edward is still in, and he's looking for me to come stab me. So, currently, avoiding that is my plan.
He looked very interested in stabbing me during the shooting range conversation. So, that's why I'm looking for him. Maybe I could eliminate him so that he's no longer a problem for you.
You know, I can't really stab anyone else today, so if I don't get to him, I mean, we there's not that much daylight left, or twilight left, or whatever, but, so in the grand scheme of things, probably then, yeah, we'll get him at some point. But, Kuro is also pretty good. So it's,
yes.
It's you and me and Raz and Kuro and Edward.
Is Nishka not?
And Nishka. But Nishka's not really a threat, if I'm being honest with you.
You know, now that I
we can just take her out whenever we want.
think of it, I haven't seen Raz all day.
I'm pretty sure that he's off hiding somewhere, because I didn't see him the other day either when we were playing. He wasn't really around. So I think the best plan is either get him after announcements at some point, or, I don't know, starve him out, I'm not sure.
We could follow him after announcements, though it's going to be a couple days.
Yeah. So we won't be able to do it today, and, I don't know. I mean, you guys are all going to be gone, so I have no idea when you're going to be back. But whenever you get back, then presumably, so maybe I can get him in the meantime. We'll see. But yeah, it's kind of difficult to follow him because he's small and green, and so is all of the things, really.
Yes, he excels at hiding. It's kind of his thing. Alright. If you stab me in the back, you stab me in the back. It would be my fault.
I won't stab you until the end.
Thank you.
I'm gonna win, so I have to stab you eventually. But I won't stab you until then.
Right. Alright. Then...
I don't mean to keep you, but...
Oh, no, you're alright.
What?
I will not target you. Unless there's only 2 of us left.
Sounds like a plan.
Thank you.
Hmm?
Have you seen Edward, by the way?
Not in a while. I've been looking for him. I was gonna hit him with some lightning to dissuade him from trying to sneak up on me, but we'll see.
How do you find a bandit? I've got to find a barrel too.
A barrel?
So, while we're playing the game, I'm not sleeping here because that's foolish. But unfortunately, that means I accidentally ruined someone else's home where I did decide to sleep, and I now must fix it.
Or not at all.
I assure you got a hat. I assure you got a hammer.
Oh, yes, yes. I will make sure we have.
So we have some level of jurisdiction.
He doesn't really come out all too much. He like does all the paperwork.
How's it going?
Running out of daylight to get Edward. That could be the one thing that I accomplish. It would be that. Damn it.
It helps when you don't stick your legs out.
Yes, I was trying to find a way around and didn't want to pass through you. And I've been paranoid of getting chased.
Alright.
More drinks.
I should take on pretty often.
Okay, update. Edward is out, Joe is out, Kuro has stabbed someone today. Nishka's still, like, in and could stab someone.
I see.
So we're getting down to the wire.
So there's
I'm gonna head to bed. If any of you need
4
a
of
special
us.
item requested, I will be back tomorrow. Before you all leave, I'm just gonna say goodnight. Good to see you. Thank you, Miss Anastasia, Feline. I don't know which of you are going to but everything should be packed. I am going to lock up my chest. What was that?
Yes, goodbye. I said goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you, Mister.
So everyone stabbed someone but me.
And Nishka.
Nishka. Right. Alright.
Alright.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Who's outside if you're looking to stab someone?
I'd like for it to feel like I earned it. I'd love to sneak, and I'm not very good at that.
Well, you know, you do alright.
Thank you.
I can never figure out where all of you have gone off to.
Hiding in the forest, probably. I could get out now. That would be rude. Do you want to talk yet?
What is there to talk about?
The fact that something's bothering you. And you don't want to talk about it. Or you didn't this morning.
Did you say something to Marcel?
No.
Right. Either I am in trouble or I do not know what he wants to talk to me about.
Have you spoken to him yet?
No. I'm gonna talk to him in 13 minutes, as he said. Well, 12 minutes right now.
He mentioned that he wanted to talk to you, but I do not know why. He did not tell me. We leave tonight. I thought I'd let you know.
Well, who is gonna be the leader of your group?
As it currently stands, it seems as though Kuro is the leader of our group. Hello, little one. You're about just as bad at stealthing as I am. Oh, goodbye.
Do not know what that dust bunny wants.
You hungry? You want a snack? Alright. So, do you like sweet food or do you like, things that fill you up? Sweet. That's what I would interpret that at. How about an apple? They keep you very healthy, and they're very sweet. And Fabian prepares the best. I don't know what you were so upset about earlier, but Hopefully you feel better. What?
Go away. No. No.
Do you want something too?
No. I said no.
Hmm.
There's gonna be dust everywhere. Right, so what is bothering me is that you are going to the mission and not me. I am not gonna be there to protect you. So if anything happens, it's not gonna be great.
Well, for one, I can handle it. I know that I'm getting myself into trouble. I know that I could get hurt. I know that. And two, we have a team going too. Marcel will be there. Besides, it's incredibly likely that you'll be going in as the vanguard once we get back. The one actually doing the fighting. That's what you're built for.
Dear God, those eyes.
They're adorable. Look at him.
They're not.
I like him.
Looks like lifeless eyes staring into my soul right now. I don't like it. Whatever. Well, I'm upset that you didn't come and sleep in a dorm area or our area. It's safe there.
It's not safe once you leave. I'd be a fool for setting foot out here. After that.
But you're already here right now.
And there's nobody
You
here.
can go like this. Yeah, but in the morning you can go like this. There was a lot of people going like this.
Yes, well, I didn't have to do that because I found a place far enough away where I can sleep without paranoia.
Right, so nobody can protect you. Aren't you paying Marcel for protecting you? And now you're going on your own and being in that cave alone.
I was not
okay,
alone.
but whatever, wherever you are.
Marcel was there. I'm not alone. You can't look at me and tell me that I'm not an easy target. People think, oh, there's Anastasia, she'd be easy to get. I'm everyone's target. The fact that I've made it this long is an accomplishment in and of itself.
Oh, hello there, laddie.
I'm proud. And I'm proud of my strategy. It's working.
You look very, very intimidating.
I lasted longer than both of my competitors. I beat Edward, and I beat Elena. And then I have 3 left.
You'll be on your way. Don't let an old man hold you up.
Right.
Maybe my sack was strong enough to grow the tree.
His sack. Sorry. Sorry. Anyway.
Why are you laughing? That wasn't funny. It was just a sack.
I just, my mind was in the gutter. Anyway, I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to tell you. I know that being subtle isn't exactly your forte. But I would have told you if I had the chance. But I'd do it again. It's good to know, though, how you view me. Combatantly.
It's not that I think you're not capable.
It didn't sound like that earlier.
I'm worried about you getting hurt, that's all.
Well, Feline.
Do you feel like you're ready for this? This could be a very dangerous mission. You don't know.
I don't know. I don't. But I'm not going to sit and hide under a rock. I'm not going to not try. I've done nothing but practice my dagger. I've started training with a bow. I've taken the extra steps to make sure that I don't kill anyone with my magic. I'm trying. And if I can help, I'm going to try. I know that I can't help infiltrate and take out bandits like you or Mosau could. But maybe I could scout. Maybe I could be a diplomat. Maybe I could be a healer. I can be useful in different ways. You saw how they came back the last time. If they had waited any longer, how many of them would have died? That will not happen while I'm there. That I can promise.
You better come home alive.
I will. I promise. Who knows? I don't know how long we're going to be gone. I could at least hug you. But I think Marcel was looking for you. Maybe. I'll be gathering some things before I go. I might see you again. But just in case I didn't, I wanted to make sure that I hugged you.
Right. Right. Good luck. Good luck.
It's alright. We did have a conversation in the middle of the guild hall. Sorry.
Either have you seen Elena?
No. It's a bit disappointing. I wish I could have taken Edward out myself. Haven't found Nishka. But maybe she's in town.
Looking around for people, are you?
I am, actually. I am a bit disappointed that I couldn't take you out myself. It was one of my goals.
You already know.
I wonder who told me.
Who? Here I was going to spend the rest of my evening attempting to scare the shit out of you. I was watching you for a while today, you know.
Yeah,
Got really
I
close. Was in a bush.
I couldn't find you for a bit. It did leave me pretty paranoid.
I mean, we can still play if you want to.
I don't see the point.
Come on, really? Wasn't it you that only moments ago said you wanted to train? I think it could be beneficial.
Hmm.
It's up to you.
Maybe not yet. I won't lie. You are a bit intimidating.
Guess at least you're honest. How can I make it easier for you? Unless that's not what you want.
It depends. I'm not asking you to change.
What if I did, you wouldn't say no?
I'd rather you didn't.
Okay. Well, you let me know. You want to.
I guess
I'm going to go drink since I can't surprise you anymore. How depressing.
enjoy the alcohol. I can't stab Nishka, can't stab Kuro. I'm not going to stab Ginny. I suppose I'll go practice magic. It's been a while. Thankfully, usually when I have to bring out magic, well, usually that means someone's dying. Practice on ourselves. Then we will grab what we need, and I should have this on. Grab what we need and head off with Mazao, I guess. I can't really train much here. Suppose I could pick the grass.
Can I ask you a question? What are your thoughts on Edward?
That's a very broad question. He reminds me a lot of someone we know. Maybe a bit more personality and a bit cockier. Seems a bit like he talks a big game. I'm not sure how much he means it. But he's got his charm. Unless that's not what you meant.
This is a starting point. You didn't want him dead.
No, of course not.
I don't think it is, of course. It's pretty obvious to me that plenty of people were willing to let him hang.
I'd be willing to bet that there are people that live under the same roof as we do, that have potentially done a lot worse than he has. And now we're finding out that those people are under the influence.
The influence.
The relic. It's mind magic. Maybe Edward wasn't. Maybe he was. And even if he wasn't, if we hung everyone who did what he did, I don't know how many people would be left in the guild. But he seems willing to make a difference in himself. That was the main thing. He could have tried to bust out and hurt any one of us in this span of time. But in the time that he's been able to walk free, he's been allowed to carry a weapon and eat our food and watch us train and have conversations, and he's never once made us regret that choice.
You want to do this? escape. He could have just slit my throat in my sleep and left.
He could have.
At this point, I'm convinced that he's not going to run. I'm not 100% sure whether I trust him, though. The last funny, Ipo seemed pretty convinced that he was trying to stab me as part of the game. That he'd been looking for me, hunting me.
He probably was.
That wasn't true, but...
But isn't that the name of the game?
No use lying when you're confronted, and you know that I can't do anything about it. I don't think you would have lied.
I did, though.
Not in the same way.
I have no interest in betraying you.
He lied for selfish reasons. Or you lied for selfish reasons. He lied to advance himself. Yours was for your preservation, I suppose.
Yes. Do you think you should be armed on the mission?
Not as sure as I was.
Hmm.
I'd like to tell you something. When you're in the Vale, he said there would be a path. Split to the left and right. Around a giant oak that had been split by lightning or something like that. He told me that it's the path on the left.
Nobody else knows that. He did
Just
fail
you
to
know.
mention it during our
I know you.
meeting.
He probably rightfully assumed that people would target him if they knew. If the word had gotten out, if I had shared it. We didn't need him anymore. I am no longer wholly convinced. Maybe it's a nagging doubt, maybe it's nothing.
Has something else happened? Something outside of the games?
I don't think so. I haven't noticed anything. Perhaps it's just the paranoia. I've been watching so carefully for Gale and for Feline.
It's a bit concerning. You've been so convinced and so sure. To see you show doubt is a bit unsettling.
If I had real doubt, I have proof of something, I'd tell the guild leaders and he wouldn't be armed or wouldn't go. This is just... I've spent a long time being cautious. Healthy bit of paranoia keeps you alive. Keeps you from getting hanged. So, I think I still trust him. I wanted one of you to know, at least. That way, if you went and you picked a different path, you'd know.
Thank you. I won't share it, but I'll keep an eye out for it. And...
Is Feline on? Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I just was going to... I mean, I don't know how reassuring it would be, but even after he leads us to where we need to be, I'll do my best to make sure that no one turns on him.
Thank you. I don't think Masa will let anyone do it either.
No. That wouldn't end well for anyone.
He's a much better person than he gives himself credit for.
Agreed, but I wouldn't tell him that. He doesn't like hearing that very much.
I'm gonna keep telling him it. I've made some good progress.
Have you? Good. I think he needs more people in his life that he can trust. People he can lean on and not feel like we're all failures to him. He thinks that feelings make him weak. At least that's what I've gathered. I'm sure that he will fight against you as much as he can, but...
I think all three of you need someone to trust more than you do.
Yes, well... I think that only comes with time.
Maybe.
We sort of came from a madhouse. Seeing people actually rely on one another here was very strange but refreshing. We realized very quickly that we didn't have to be paranoid all the time. We didn't have to worry about being pushed off cliffs by other people.
No. No, we don't have a lot of that.
No. It's different here, though. I'm thankful for it.
This is a very personal question, and I would certainly understand if your friendship would allow you to answer it, but... Should I stay away from Feline? Does she not like me?
I don't think she trusts this place. Or the people in it, especially not very easily. But it would be good for her to have that thought process broken. If you are truly good, mean her no harm or want to befriend her, I would never give up on that. Just be aware that it may come with a little bit of pain along the way.
She wants me to be afraid of her.
I imagine she does.
She tried to scare me. He hasn't done that before. She's never insulted me. She could. Not until today. I'm an easy target, you know.
I relate to that very much.
And she's certainly smart enough to cut if she wants to.
I How do I put this? She believes that she needs to be a monster. I think that the way she treats people is evident of that. And I think that perhaps she realized you were getting too close. Probably won't stop there.
I don't want to be someone who tries to force my way into the life of people that don't want me there, but I like meeting people. I like getting to know people. I like making friends. I don't need everyone to trust me with all of their secrets. I don't really care. In a lot of ways, I shouldn't.
Well, Martha and Feline kind of need the brute force. They'll never just welcome you with open arms. Got to fight for it.
Nope. No, but I can keep chipping away at them. I'll keep chipping away at everyone here. You all have your guard up so much of the time. All of you from the academy.
It's hard not to.
I'd be lying if I didn't keep mine up a lot, too. If I didn't say that I kept mine up a lot, too. So I get it.
Keep it up around them.
I should.
I'm asking if you do.
Around all of them? Or around those two?
Around the Wardens.
Yeah. I don't know who's on my side. Where are you from?
Suna. Marilyn, specifically.
I don't know much about Suna.
It's a pretty place. Maybe you will go sometime. On a mission or something.
I hope that in my life I get to travel everywhere in the world. All across the Four Corners. Part of why I joined the Wardens.
It's an ambitious goal.
I've been to lots of places. I mean, I'm a long way from Linden.
Linden. I've never been there. I know that my father is not particularly happy with Linden.
It's not the place it used to be. I haven't been back in a long time.
Is it safe for you there?
No.
Are people
Well, that's
looking
not
for
something
you?
I'm very open about.
I won't pry then. We've all got skeletons in our closets. Though you're not alone in that. Not exactly being welcomed back.
Secrets?
No. There are probably a good handful of people here who chose this place as a new beginning because their pasts lock them from their nations or their families. As sad as it might be, it is something that we share.
There are a couple people here from Linden. Inigo, Zogbel. Maybe some of the others. The problem with Linden is that there's two sides there. And everyone's on one of two sides.
Did you know them before coming here? Did you come here together?
Any of these people? No.
Hmm.
No, I ended up in the area by chance, really. Had a message to deliver in a nearby village and heard about the Wardens, decided that it was an interesting change of pace.
Hmm.
I don't know them, and I don't know where they're from.
I suppose that might not matter anymore. She might have crashed. I'll wait here. If she doesn't come back, then that's okay. I was gonna practice water magic anyway. It's been a while since we've done this one. Okay. Frail ocean, hear my call. It's a little bit bigger than I remember.
You alright?
Oh? Yes, sorry. I wasn't sure if you had flexed or not.
Just a momentary lapse.
I was just saying that I guess it might not matter whether you knew them before, or, you know, what side they were on. Because you're all here now.
That depends.
Oh.
Because there are people here who seem to have pretty strong convictions about what should happen to people that are on the wrong side of the written law.
Right.
don't think you're one of those people. But I'm taking a chance, of course.
I think we have those sorts of people outnumbered, though. Sure, they're a worry. Things to look out for, should this ever happen again. But
yeah,
we were able to save a man this time. Maybe we can save more.
What I worry about, though, Anna, is what those people might do with the knowledge. If Aline wants people to fear her, what better way to make them? If Massa wants people to be punished, what better justification? If Elena wants to see criminals hanged, we're tying the rope for her. Maybe we have them outnumbered. But Gale's about ready to slip a knife in Edward's ribs. And that's a lot harder to defend against.
Yes, you are right. I don't suppose that makes them any better than the person they're trying to kill, though. And I can't say for certain, but I would really hope, and I don't think Feline would actually... I've been wrong before, don't take my word for it. But I know she's better than that. I hope she
It
is.
wouldn't be the wrong, that it would be the wrong thing. Part of me wonders. The nagging suspicion, the reason I walked over about Edward. If that's true, then that's on me. Not entirely, maybe, but...
No, not anymore. Maybe without you.
If I hadn't spoken in his defense, he would have hanged.
Probably. And had you
He
not...
wouldn't have told anyone else but me. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Had you not spoken up at all, he would have already hung. But we all stood next to you.
Yeah.
You were not the only one to blame anymore. We can't be expected not to make mistakes. We can't be expected not to try. Because if he is willing to change, if he is going to be a changed person, and he just hung, we never would know. But now we know. If he turns on us, then we know. It's better than not knowing.
I don't care if he turns on me, you know. But I'm not the one going into the Vale with him. If he turns on me, I'll kill him. If he proves me wrong, I'll kill him. Elena and Feline, they're not willing to hold the knife. Doesn't mean their convictions are wrong. That's what makes it so difficult for me. I don't get it. But how... They don't care enough to describe it. You know? They didn't make an argument. We all follow our own rules, our own codes. That's how we got here. It's what makes us justify the crimes that most of us have probably committed. Because nobody has a perfectly innocent past. So, like... I don't know what I'm saying.
don't know. It is complicated. It's not just one side or the other. It's not even a right or a wrong answer, maybe.
That's what's hard, you know?
If anything happens in the Vale, he won't get very far. I think we'd be okay.
You have a pretty good bunch going.
I trust Marcel with my life. I don't know the others as well, but
Rose seems to have her shit together.
seemed that way.
I'd trust her in a fight at least. I don't know.
Well, I know for certain she could shoot an arrow through my heart clear over there if she wanted to. I definitely don't think Ed would be running very far with her around.
No.
We'll be okay. And so will he, as long as things go well. I do worry that he'll be confronted with his group. I don't know, his friends, family, I don't know what he would call them all. And then change his mind. But
yeah.
I don't know if I could even fault him for it. It's going to be harder on him than any of us.
Yeah. Hard to make decisions when you learn what your family really is like.
Right. It's ironic.
Anyways, I hope everything goes okay.
I do too.
I've liked chatting with you. Hopefully you don't die and then we can keep doing it.
Yes, let's talk more.
I'll leave you be. You should look for Feline.
She's having a conversation with Marcel the last I checked. Hopefully they're not killing each other in the woods. Oh god, hopefully they're not killing each other in the woods. Why could they have gone? I know they went this way. Maybe they walked this way. They've been gone an awfully long time. Please don't be killing each other in the woods. maybe if I stand on the rocks. Um... I thought I saw Raz. I think I saw this. Are you serious? Oh god. I think I jump scared myself. I just had a heart attack. I think my mind is playing tricks on me because I thought I saw Raz and then I just thought I heard Raz. I think I'm going crazy. I think what I saw was that little tree. Hmm. Can't see anything. I get down this way? Looks like I can. Barely. Maybe someday. Someday I'll be as good as Kuro. Hopefully. We'll be alright. We'll definitely be okay. It's just the veil. I wonder how that dog went.
Right there.
Oh.
You'll see her.
Right, I see her.
Why do you look so bewildered?
Nothing. I was just really... Did you take that already?
What? It's right there.
I was... So... I was... I was running around the entire forest making sure that you guys didn't kill each other, and then I couldn't find you.
That was the point.
Fair enough. But then I saw you come back, alright? I was just in a little bit of a panic. That's all. You were gone for a long time.
Checking something out.
Need help.
No, don't help.
I broke it. Oh, damn it. Okay.
The place we were at, broke up the tax barrel that he sleeps in. Well, she did. It's gotta be what you saw.
Hello. There's a dust bunny around the corner.
So, I wanted to ask you, do you want me to go in a cave with you?
If you like.
It's a yes or no answer. Do you want me there or not?
Of course. However, that wasn't my choice to make up until recently. Don't throw me under the bus. Yes, it was. Woo! What?
What, for you to be there?
For you two to sleep in the same area as one another. I don't have a problem, but if she's going to ask me if she can stay, I'm not the only one she needs to ask. So don't look at me like it's my choice.
Whatever. We're going or not.
We're not sleeping there tonight. We're supposed to meet them in the Vale.
What?
I told you we were leaving tonight. I just have to take care of this first. Then I'm good.
Go on.
You gonna tell me about it? You like friends now?
About what? No.
No.
You sleep in the same vicinity as one another?
Are you just gonna keep asking questions?
Yes.
Go on. You don't have a lot of time, do you? You're gonna meet up with the other people, right?
Yeah, we gotta go.
If you're gonna do this,
Let's do it. Let's go.
falling off. How are you not falling off?
Let's go. Full speed.
Full speed?
Full
Alright,
speed.
don't
Go.
fall off.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm going. You should follow. I should follow you.
Okay.
Oh, you're a lot faster than I am. This doesn't answer any of my questions.
Was it not? I'm sure it does.
Not really. I think that you should both learn how to use your words. Also, you should both be a lot nicer to Ginny. She's very sweet.
Well, what the fuck does she have to do with this?
Well, I had a
Actions speak louder than words.
I had a very long, nice conversation with her while you guys were off killing each other in the forest. Or what I thought was killing each other in the forest. Well, she mentioned both of you.
Well, you don't know her. She's, as she said to me, she's an information person.
So,
So you don't know if you can trust her.
do you think I ask questions just to ask them?
Do you think she's untrustworthy just because she's a peasant?
No. It's just that she said to me that she gets information from people. Isn't that suspicious?
It is suspicious. But I didn't know why she had to be a peasant.
I didn't
I
say
mean,
peasant.
You did say peasant. You totally said peasant.
I didn't say
She's.
peasant.
I think she's a person.
I said
I know our accents are very thick.
yeah. Yeah.
You know, no. No,
Tips.
Okay, that didn't go the way I wanted it to.
Come on. You want to get strong, right?
Just grabs, floats with it.
Walking space. You. I realize
Well, I will get stronger.
Keep this warm until we get back.
But I'm going to sleep here. I can't. I just can't sleep in mine.
You have to sleep here.
Why do you have to sleep here?
You asked her why you're backing down
Yeah, but
now.
now I can go back and lay in my bed. In my hole.
Yeah, but you said you asked her if she could sleep in the cave, and she said yes.
Right,
So
but now you're not gonna be sleeping in the cave. So,
So
what is
grabs?
It was a matter of us sleeping in the cave, but you didn't say you specifically wanted us to sleep in the cave with you.
Where are you taking me?
Out of the cave. You're not sleeping here without us here.
Is it gonna be
I did look back to see if he wanted me to hold his hand too. So seriously, how did it go?
It went alright. We didn't kill each other, isn't that good?
It is. I thought for certain you guys would be at each other's throats. How long you've been gone?
No. Well, it seems like he's gonna sit over there.
What?
Aren't you guys going to the raid?
I thought so.
What?
You waiting for me to drag you out by your hand too?
Don't touch me.
Okay, let's go. Can you swim?
Yes.
Do you like the water?
Not in particular.
I knew it.
It's not bad.
I just prefer not.
You're really not gonna sleep in here.
Why should she?
If you guys are not gonna sleep here, then I'm not gonna sleep here.
We're leaving.
Oh, so ungrateful. I lit the fire for you and everything.
Well,
It's cozy
it
now.
seemed like it's not cozy.
It's actually.
There's a fire. There's
I did sleep a lot better there. It's pretty comfortable.
I want to sleep on my hoard.
Right.
Here.
What is that?
Just stick your hand out. Single copper. There. Just put that over there. Put that on.
This is not mine. This is yours.
It's pretty much the same thing.
It's not.
Just if you close your eyes
Flicks it
really,
over
really
to
hard.
you.
That's one hell of a flick. But Just if you close your eyes really, really hard and just pretend
No,
like your
I'm
foot is
not gonna. No, I'm not
Why don't
gonna
you stick it up your
sleep
nose?
here. I don't want to sleep. Why would I sleep up my
It'll
nose?
smell like it'll smell like money.
It won't. It won't smell like my money.
You have 5 seconds to leave the cave.
Until what? What's gonna happen? Yeah, what's gonna happen?
I'm gonna push you out of it.
You think you're gonna push us? We like weigh 2 times your size. If me 3 times.
Come on, come
How-
on then.
Yeah, we call you bluff.
Yes.
Oh, what are you gonna do with a little water? Ah! Fuck.
There's plenty more where that came from.
That's really childish, you know that.
Really? Are you gonna?
Go on.
Really?
For some reason, I have the sudden urge to leave. It's not because what you're doing.
Of course not. No, never. Come on.
The outside world that I all of a sudden feel like I'm okay with instead of being okay.
Listen, I know that I'm training and getting stronger. I'm gonna spar with Edward.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Okay, I knew you were trying to get stronger, but I didn't know you were trying to be cruel.
What do you mean cruel?
Fighting a cripple.
Yes, well, he'd still probably beat me. You know that, right? What am I gonna do? Hit him with my bow?
What, you're gonna be so proud that you beat a handicap?
No, but if we throw magic into the mix, he's got me beat.
Oh, but if you do end up beating him, you're gonna say I beat Edward. Which
Yes.
people are immediately gonna be like, but he has 1 arm and you have 2.
He is not weaker because of missing an
Not only
arm.
that, he has 1 eye. He has 1 eye and 1 arm on her. That's fucked up.
I can't believe you find him weak just because he lost a limb.
His depth perception is fucked up.
And yet, he still almost took Gale out.
Fuck, Gale must be weaker than I thought.
Or you're underestimating him.
Who, Edward or Gale?
Edward.
No. Well, technically I didn't beat him myself.
Yes. Though,
Perhaps I should change that.
I am happy to report that I have outlived Edward and Elena in this stabbing game. I think there are 4 of us left.
Edward and Elena. Did you stab anyone?
No, I wanted to stab Elena, and I wanted to stab Edward, but someone beat me to it.
So, by that logic, it must have been either Kuro, Nishka, or, what's that face? The pink mouse, whatever.
Ginny,
Is that her name? I don't think she's ever told me yet.
Ginny got Carmine out. I believe Kuro may have gotten Edward out. And Edward, someone had to have taken out Joe, because he's not in anymore either. It's me, Ginny, Kuro, Nishka, and Raz, wherever he is.
Yeah, where the hell is he?
I thought But I saw him in the mountains.
It's the morning.
I
Mountains?
did see him this morning.
Yes. You going to see us off?
I guess I can.
I mean, you don't have to. You might never see us again.
Don't you say that.
We'll be fine.
This is coming
Marcel's
from the
there.
girl who's gonna fight a cripple.
I think saying something like that kind of aligns with her. A lot.
I mean, you keep talking about it like I would win.
Maybe, who knows?
I wouldn't.
Maybe you can beat Gale.
I doubt it. Not sure I want to fight with Gale. He seems like a loose cannon.
Really? I thought he was very lawful.
Mm.
Wasn't good.
He's losing it a bit.
I've noticed that. People are thinking he's a prick. That's not his thing, that's my thing.
Oh. I do have something important to say. Something that Ginny told me in confidence. I suppose Edward only told her the way to HQ. She's the only one that knows. She told me because she's not sure if she can trust him anymore.
What do you do?
I'm not sure. But I'm telling you both in confidence as well. If we don't come back, and since you'll be there, and I trust you more than anyone else going. He said something to her about a path splitting at a tree. He said that the left was the correct path. If we go right, either he lied to her or he's lying to us. And if we don't come back, then we probably didn't go down the right path.
What if he told her that purposefully?
He could have. That's why I'm telling you too. Because maybe you have a better judgment. But also, you'd know to look out for it. More than just me.
But we don't know. We don't know whether going left or right is the right path.
Right.
So basically be suspicious of either one.
Right. But it's something to think about. Something to be mindful where if he takes us down a different path than was mentioned, that we keep it in the back of our minds that we could be falling into a trap. That's all.
Well, he's missing an arm.
Yes, but I mean, that's creepy.
Then I'll see him walk a little weird.
No.
He walks like this.
Maybe you should cripple him. Maybe you should cripple him some more if she, you know, chooses
At that
the
point,
wrong
I would just be cruel. Then at that point, I might as well just put him out of his misery.
I do want to make sure, though, after he tells us where we need to be, that no one's going to turn on him. It's not right. That's what he was afraid of today. I don't want anyone getting any ideas. What?
What if he turns on you?
That is different. I don't want us to turn on him if it's not deserved. Besides, if he turns on us, he won't get very far. We have Kuro, and she could shoot him from miles away. She doesn't miss.
Be careful though. You know the veil is gonna turn on you. You know.
We'll see.
Be careful.
Of course. We'll be alright.
And come back safe.
Be careful walking back.
I can only listen. Good luck.
But you are gonna sleep in that cave, right?
No, I'm not gonna sleep in that cave.
Loyalty, am I right?
Ready?
Finally, I get to put the contract to actual use.
It's been in effect this whole time. My father just hasn't found me yet.
Yeah, but now I still get to put it to use.
You know, as happy as you are, that does not make me very happy to hear. We talked about this.